Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Hello, space travelers. Good to have you with us tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. We're going to rock and roll tonight. Mark Brenner is here. We are going to discuss his incredible life of experiences. What is it like to go through life with all of these mysteries going on? But before we bring Mark in, let us say hello to everyone in the chat room tonight. Nightmare in the gold medal position. We got Race Fan in the silver. And who takes home the bronze tonight? Eris Mana. There you go. Hi, gorgeous Cosmic Floor. Nice to see you. Mr. Lurks-a-Lot, Mama Susan. Helmet Case is here. Helmet will be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind. To the left of the studio. Who else we got here? We got Big Bad Simon. Yeah, thank you for kicking off the Super Chat tonight. Very much appreciate that. The Super Chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis, so thank you so much, Simon. And who else we got? Walt Corbin, welcome to SOR Chat. Thank you for coming on in. Mennonite Abe, good to see you. And the gorgeous Nikki, thanks for joining us. Awesome, Ann Palmer. Nice to have you here. All right, let's continue on with roll call. The stunning Avi May. There she is. Give her a wave. She always waves back. One of our favorite veterans who listens to this show, former Marine, a Black Dragon. Thank you for joining us, my friend. Appreciate you. And B, always a pleasure to have you here. And who else do we have here as we scroll on down? John Swan, always a pleasure. Thank you for joining us. Project Stargate, how you doing, Mark Brenner in the chat room? Thank you for joining us. He'll be on the air in just a few minutes. Let's see, who else we got? Luscious Jules, good to see you. The stunning Samantha Hazelwood Gray. And thank you again, Simon, in Australia, for another super chat. Very much appreciate that. Dirty Filth, 8.5 days, buddy. 8.5 days. Yeah, take that. We're almost there. Almost in Vegas. Can start to smell it. E. Niles, good to see you. The gorgeous Nicole Perron. She'll be signing autographs after the show as well. Light up to the right of the studio. To the right of the studio. Rock and roll here. Let's continue on with roll call. Millennium, nice to have you here. And there's up 3. Welcome to SOR Chat. Carfunibre, thanks for joining us. Richard Elmore. Glenn John McEnroe, the pride of Wimbledon, right there. And there is lovely Laura, the paranormal pixie. And let's see here. Rayfin, thanks you for joining us. Uncle Dale and his power stash are here. Remember, if you see Uncle Dale in Austin, Texas, go hit him up. Rub his power stash for good luck right through tax time. The gorgeous DM, she is the Red Deer Rebel. Aunt Edna, looking lovely tonight. Stunning Pam Smith, good to see you. Oh, there he is, kids. Get your autograph books ready. It's the Doug Shelby. The Doug Shelby has arrived. Grandmaster, how's the Gong Show tonight? Let me know, man. All right, get the radio side started. Dragon L. Stafford, welcome to SOR Chat. Vaughn Patrick, welcome back. George Hernandez and $5,900. Big Bad Tim, a.k.a. Anonymous Rex, welcome to the show. The lovely Cindy has returned. Politically Incorrect, good to see you. And who else do we have here? The lovely Jenny is back again. We love her around here. And who else do we have? Darren Elquist. Welcome to SOR Chat for the first time. If you're new here, it's a little bit different than a regular podcast. We are a live radio show, so we do have commercial breaks at the top and bottom of the hour. Good morning to Commonwealth Andrew in the UK. Hey, Big Bad John, wreaking havoc. How you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. Hi, Robert Garcia, Downshift. Obi Flett, nice to have you all here. Damian K, thanks for joining us. The gorgeous Kathy Evans, good to see you returning. War Eagle, how are you, my friend? Paul Holland, a.k.a. Les Paul Holland, a.k.a. Grand Paul Holland. There he is, all the way from Australia. Tip that cap, my friend. Tip that cap. 405er, good to see you. Wes H.D. Worm, thanks for coming in. Mazed Muse, appreciate you joining us. Alien Fever, welcome to SOR Chat. And Mr. Cowley, welcome back to the show. Oh, from the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Odyssey Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. We got a great show for you tonight. Mark Brenner is here to talk about what it is like to live a lifetime in his own personal paranormal quest. Hour 3, we're going to head to the swamp, courtesy of Swamp Dweller. Now, normally it's a Super Duke night, but he is ill. Bigfoot Michigan Rob has no power, so we're going to talk some cryptids anyways at the back end of that third half hour. Then we're going to join Shane and the Shift, go right across Canada on the Chorus Radio Network, and we got Shirky Poo's news as well. Mark Brenner has had a wide variety of high strangeness as long as he can remember. Poltergeists, lots of UFO encounters and sightings, missing time, apparition experiences, among others. He is a proud veteran in the United States Army, both in the National Guard and active duty components for 3 years. He got out in 2003, and we love him for that. We love our veterans around here. Mark is also an amateur storm spotter for the National Weather Service and researches extreme meteorology. Mark has researched the very phenomena he's experienced for over 18 years, and in 2021, he founded the Project Stargate Fringe Research Group vlog and podcast, where he and his two buddies, Vincent Moore and Greggory Schipp, hang out and discuss all matters of high strangeness. We are going to get into it tonight. I love these personal accounts of personal stories. Mark Brenner, you just had me on your show a little while ago. I'm glad I'm here with you now on Spaced Out Radio. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Absolutely, Dave. I had a great time with you the other day, and I can't tell you how awesome your audience is. They're so awesome. The fellowship's great, and I'm really happy to be here.
For you, I mean, this is a lifetime of experience. This is personal. This
Yes.
isn't just going out and finding woo and making it happen and checking it out. Maybe going on a little ghost tour or a sky watch or trekking around the forest looking for any type of cryptid being. This is personal for you. And this is why I love doing shows like this. I get so pumped up because we are able to get that firsthand account of your experiences. So, Mark, take us back in time here. When did this all start for you?
Absolutely, Dave. Well, I'll preface with this. about half the research that we do when I'm doing a podcast or a vlog, about half the material I cover is based off is similar to or based off personal experiences. I just want to preface with that. Um, I grew up in Mississippi and near Mississippi State University, and it's kind of the area I grew up in is kind of on the uh, maybe more of a northwest, like a northeastern side of the state. And there's a Air Force base there, and it was a really nice place to grow up. I was raised in a like a, I guess you could say, kind of like a Southern Baptist type household. I started having experiences that I can remember when I was around 3 or 4. So I'll take you through that. I'll take everyone through this.
Yeah, let's do that.
So one of my earliest experiences, and keep in mind, everyone, the memories of these experiences kind of started trickling back in right after I got out of the military. But anyway, so I was about 4 or 5 years old. This is back in the mid '80s, just to give you a frame of reference. And I was staying at my grandparents' house, and they lived down in South Mississippi, in an area they call this known as the Pine Belt, and it's kind of near Hattiesburg and Laurel, Mississippi, that southern area. And
I have to laugh there because I know where Laurel, Mississippi is due to that hometown show, and
yes,
my partner is addicted to that show in the house renovations that they do. And she's like, can we go vacation there? Can we go? Sure. Let's go check it out. Maybe we'll buy a house. I don't know. But, I just had to say that. Sorry.
sure. I was actually in that store. Myself, my wife, my mom and dad. My mom and dad has a retirement home down there now, and they're right outside of Laurel. So I'm very familiar with that area. The Laurel, Ellisville, Soso area is really nice place to raise a family. But anyway,
how's the fishing? More importantly, how's
man alive? So my grandfather, back in the day, he had a 50-acre farm in near Laurel in a little town called Bay Springs. He put a pond in and just loaded that sucker up with catfish. I'm talking the best home raised catfish you can imagine. In the restaurants did the seafood. Wow. I mean, it's just amazing, man. But that's some really good fishing. You would love the fishing. I mean, you would just love it. If you ever go down there, let me know and I'll show you some good spots. Okay. How about that?
I will. I definitely will. You know what? I've never caught a largemouth bass. We don't have them up here.
I haven't either.
I want to take my thumb and I want to take that jaw and just hook it up there. I don't know. It's just one of those things I need to experience in life.
Absolutely, man. A lot of hunting, a lot of good places for hunting and fishing. That's kind of how I grew up. We raised dogs down there. We raised beagles, German shepherds, cattle. I mean, it was just wonderful. But
continue on with your story.
Okay. So anyway, this is back in the mid '80s. This is one of my earliest incidents that I can recall. So I'm about 4 or 5 years old, and my grandparents at the time, they lived in a small town, just outside of Laurel, not far from that store. And in this house, my grandfather, he owned a truss plant, and it was kind of behind their house. And he made a living building trusses. And during the summers, I would go down there a lot, and I would spend weeks with them. That was one thing that I really enjoyed. But however, not all my visits were really enjoyable and wonderful like they should have been. I think it was I'm guessing it was really early in the morning. I'm in this basement bedroom. Now in this basement, there was a bedroom, and then there's a hallway with some stairs going up. And then there was there's a right across from the bedroom, there was actually a bathroom, like a half bath. So right in the middle of the night, early in the morning, I wake up and I kind of sit up in bed. I sensed that there was kind of a presence in the room. I could feel it. You know that feeling when like you feel like you're being watched and you're just kind of, looking around and that kind of feeling? That's the feeling I had. That right there is how it felt for me. But I woke up and I'm sitting up in the bed. I'm sitting up in that bed, and lo and behold, right at the foot of my bed, there was three entities, and I could see them. Now it was dark in the room, but I could see some details in the faces and even the outfits they were wearing.
Okay.
They were really, really short little guys. Basically they looked very, very similar to what people call the Greys, the little short ones. I'm like 5 years old, and I'm sitting here, I'm looking at these guys, and they were wearing these little really dark maroon colored druid cloaks, for lack of a better term. I don't, that's kind of what they reminded me of at this point. But they were just standing there, and there was what seemed like a degree of some kind of telepathic communication at play here. And I want to kind of get into this later sometime in this interview, maybe in the second segment. But there's a lot of paranormal phenomena associated with this stuff, and I definitely want to talk about that in some degree. But it was just real simple ideas that I got. There was no audible language. It was ideas, real simple and to the point ideas is what I experienced. Like, come with us, like real simple stuff like that. So I get out of bed, and I'm terrified. I'm absolutely freaking terrified. I mean, I thought, this is really weird. This is kind of scary. I'm thinking, this must be something that happens to other kids. This must be something normal. Little did I know, I would find out years later that it's something very abnormal. But the idea that they wanted me to do, that they put in my mind in some telepathic form, was come with us. So I did. I got out of the bed, and I'm walking into the hallway outside the room. And as I walk across the hallway into that bathroom that I mentioned earlier, right in that bathroom, there was actually a crawl space entrance. Okay. But when I walked in the bathroom, it looked like a black void. It was black. The one thing I do remember about those entities, those non-human entities, whatever they were that I encountered, their eyes, the thing I noticed, their eyes were so dark. Dave, they were just as dark as they could be.
Mm-hmm.
And that void was equally dark. And the idea I had is they wanted me to go with them. And at that point, it's faded black.
You know where you went?
I wish I did. I have no idea where I went. I don't even know what happened after that. Now I haven't been regressed. I will say this. I have not been regressed. I'm actually now a member of MUFON, and I've spoken. Some of the members of MUFON, they're based out of my area. One of them kind of does some like Bud Hopkins style regression of some kind. A really interesting guy, but he's actually suggested that maybe I should. I'm kind of on the fence about it.
You know what? I went for my first regression 2 weeks ago in San Francisco. I'm ashamed to say that I have very little recall of it, and I have yet to listen to that recording. Yet. I don't know why, but I'm not afraid to hear what's on there, but I'm kind of a little jaded by it because I'm not sure if I made the right decision to do it or not, even though I have no idea what's on there. But the human side of me is like, yeah, do you really want to hear this? What if you said some stuff that you really didn't want to say? And I don't know. So I'm with you. I know where you stand on the whole regression thing. So this happened as a kid that you had this ET contact, and you're still wondering what happened today. Did it start happening more frequently with you, or was this a one and done for a while?
Okay, so that's a good question, and I'm gonna answer this through the course of several stories. Okay, um, there are incidents that I can recall from that point through my teenage years, and I'm gonna walk you in the audience through this. I'm gonna walk you through this.
Sure.
Um, Sometime after that, there's another incident I wanna kick off with. So we're again, I lived in Columbus, Mississippi, which is really close to Starkville and in Mississippi State University. Just to give you guys kind of the north, again, the north eastern side of the state. Okay. Um, One weekend, my grandparents they came down to they drove up and spent the weekend with us in Columbus, and I said, Mama, I said I want to go spend the time with Mama and Papa. That's what I called them. So they're like, yeah, that's fine. You can go. We'll come pick you up. They were going to go down to Laurel and pick me up and spend some time with them at their house anyway. So they're like, yeah, that's fine. So Sunday evening, it's a Sunday evening. I'm going to set the stage here. Sunday evening, it's about, I think we were somewhere close. We were about 45 minutes from their house on the other side of Laurel. And we're driving. We were in this two-door sedan that my grandparents used to drive, and I'm in the back seat. And I think I was about 7, 8 years old at that point. Anyway, so we're driving down we were driving down this highway. And there was hardly any cars, hardly anything going on down that highway. And I remember where we were at because I saw a sign. There was an exit for this town called Philadelphia, which is a big casino town down in South Mississippi. And I remember passing that sign. I could see the headlights gleaming off of it. Okay. And very shortly after we passed that sign, what I recall is a very brightly lit object flies right in front of the car. Now, keep in mind, I was not sick. My grandparents, they weren't sick. Nothing was going on. I was a very healthy boy growing up. I wasn't sick that day. I hadn't been sick the day before. But at any rate, this really bright, fiery object flies right in front of the vehicle. And it happened so fast, but I could see it. It's almost like when it came in front of the vehicle, it's almost like time slowed down a little bit. Really strange. And I noticed it. That's one thing I definitely remember. This bright, fiery object flying right in front of the car. And the next thing I recall, I think it was like 8:45 in the evening at that point when we passed that sign right before this happened. The next thing I recall, however, we're pulling into the driveway, and it's like several hours. I remember my grandmother saying something to the effect of, "Wow, we were supposed to have been here, an hour and a half ago," or something like that. I remember it was something to that effect. But the thing that really strikes me about the situation, after it happened, when we were still in the vehicle, or when we were about to get out of the vehicle, I felt this really intense wave of nausea. It was very intense. I was very sick. I was vomiting. My grandmother seemed very out of sorts. It was a very strange situation. My, we're kind of just pulling into the driveway when we're kind of realizing, hey, something weird just happened, As far as memories of what happened after I saw that object fly in front of our vehicle, again, I have not been regressed, and I don't know what happened. But let's fast forward several years. Let's move forward several years from this incident.
We got about 4 minutes before we have to go to break here.
Okay. Well, the next thing, what I'll start with this, and we can go to break whenever we need to. But the next thing, one of the next incidents that I remember was when I was about 13 years old, and this is where it gets a little even creepier. This is where the spooky woo really comes in, man.
Oh, bring that woo. Bring that woo.
So I'm no stranger to sleep paralysis. I understand what sleep paralysis is. I've had it several times that I remember. This was different. I want to make sure that everybody understands that. Um, Imagine waking up in the middle of the night and you're not only paralyzed, but you can feel that there's no bed underneath you. There's no bed underneath you. You can't feel the pillow underneath your head. You're paralyzed. You're panicking. You're having maybe a panic attack. Maybe I was having problems breathing. I felt like I was suffocating. I'm hearing this what was akin to like a screeching metallic type noise, and that's where things got really weird.
Oh. What happened? We got 3 minutes.
Okay, all right. So I wake up and I'm suspended in there. I'm paralyzed. I hear that weird noise. And the next morning when I wake up, I'm getting ready for school. I'm like in 6th or 7th grade, I think. And I'm walking in the bedroom and I noticed my right wrist was kind of sore. So I look at it and there's this little mark on my wrist that wasn't there before. Now this mark, I have a picture of it. I'll send it. I don't know if I sent it to you or not, but this mark looks very, very similar to other scoop marks that I have seen. Now, I'm not claiming that's 100% what it is, but I've had Daryl Sims and I've had Kathleen Martin on my show, and they both seem to kind of think it was similar and it was consistent with what they've seen. How it got on my wrist, I don't know.
Gee whiskers.
Yeah.
Gee whiskers, man. I mean, how old are you at this time when this happened?
Well, I was in 6th grade. I'm pretty sure I was in 6th grade when it happened. So I'm thinking maybe I was 13, 12 or 13. I think I was 13.
As a kid, you can't even comprehend what that is. I mean, I could just imagine.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I didn't know what to make, of this stuff. Like at that, that was back in the 90s. What do we have in pop culture? We had Twin Peaks, we had the X-Files. Those were my favorite shows growing up as a kid. But like this stuff was more real than that. It was so real. I really do believe, Dave, and God is my witness. I believe 100% there's much more to this reality, these 3 dimensions we exist in, length, width, and height, than we have ever imagined, or we may not ever be able to imagine.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that is just incredible. I mean, the fact that you are having to deal with this through childhood, and here you are just trying to, as every kid, I mean, at 12 years old, you're getting ready for high school, you're getting ready to hit puberty, you're getting ready to, all of a sudden the girls are starting to look all pretty, even though the year before you thought they were gross as a kid. I mean, this is the reality of what is going on. And the fact that you were, going with these aliens and you were having paralysis above your bed. Holy cow. We're going to continue right there when we come back from our break here at the bottom of the hour, as we have Mark Brenner on tonight. This is a personal quest trying to find out what is going on in Mark's life. It's been happening his entire life. Now, the only difference between then and now, he's got a fantastic beard that goes along with it. And we're going to continue with Mark's personal journey and personal stories of the unknown as he seeks answers for what's happened to him throughout his lifetime. Spaced Out Radio's second half hour returns right after this. Stay tuned. All right, we're clear.
Right on, man. I like, man, that band, Bumblefoot.
Yeah.
They are awesome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Yeah.
Ronnie's pretty good.
Someone asked in the chat just a minute ago about my shirt. Fun fact, I don't care. You can get this for $5 at any Five Below store, FYI. For the individual that just asked about that in the chat. Just wanted to say that. Yeah. Definitely.
We got some new swag. Hey, it's gorgeous Amy WC. How you doing? We got some new swag at our store here. I made a couple new shirts today for your pleasure. I'll show you them right now. Let me just make us teeny weeny here. Oh, not there. Let's get rid of that. There we go.
I think mine's going to be here tomorrow.
Yeah, here's the Science Bob shirt. If you haven't seen it already, there's the Science Bob one. If you like Science Bob, you can get a Science Bob t-shirt. I made this one earlier today. That's a bunch of UFOs there, all circled around with a nice little colorful SOR in the middle. And if you haven't seen this one yet, this is our Roswell Balloon Ride shirt, established 1947. There you go. Easy does it. How you doing? Good to have you here. And what else? I put up another one today. Where is it here? Yes. If you like gnomes, you can be one with the gnomes right there. We made that one for you earlier because there was a lot of calls about the gnomes. So all you got to do is go to spacedoutradio.com, click on this little button right here that says shop. See how it lights up green? And there you go. We got a lot of cool swag on there. Yeah. I'm not that good, Obi. I'm not that good. But you know what, Kira? I will make you a tank top. I always forget about making you tank tops. But yes, I will make you a tank top for that. All right. There we go. And I'll figure out something for breakfast for dinner because I hate that crap. So it'll be a big line going through it.
Man alive. It's like you're one of the hardest working people I have ever seen in my life, Dave. I don't know how you do it.
Neither do I.
Man alive.
Hey, Cloudy, with a chance of UFOs, how you doing? You know what? You know what? You want to know what the trick is?
Please fill me in on this.
I sacrifice. I sacrifice a lot. Never mind, family time or anything like that. But I sacrifice myself a lot. I don't have time to work out, and lately I've been feeling blah. I try and watch what I have now, and I've been doing that. But, as I get older, where like even a year ago where I could drink like 3 of these a day and just piss off my weight, now, nope. You sacrifice. I sacrifice sleep. I used to be an 8-hour a day kind of guy, and now I'm down to 6.5.
Wow.
Sometimes 5. But you cut corners. You eat a little faster. When I'm at work and my daytime job, and my daytime job is slow, I work on the show or I work on something else. So, hey, Bobby Broadway, how you doing? Welcome to the chat room. Let's see here. Let's see. And so there's a lot that kind of goes on to it. You're always scrambling to find a little bit more out of your day. And the thing is, too, is there's always something that you can do. There's always something that you can be doing that is productive. And as long as what kills me is wasting time. That is the hardest one for me is wasting 10 minutes, It's like standing in front of the fridge and not seeing anything to eat. That sucks.
Yeah.
That's just
Yeah,
like
that does.
that's a waste of time that drives me nuts. Hold on a second here. We're gonna get going in like 10 seconds.
Okay.
And thank you to Simon Times 2 and Dragon L for the super chats. The super chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show. Here we go, everyone. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate it. I want to say that, all right, just give you the reminder. What the hell? Check out our free archives all over every podcast outlet, as well as youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. The only thing we ask for in return is hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Mark Brenner is here with us tonight telling his incredible stories of literally being taken, having alien encounters, lost time, paranormal activity, and we're right into it. Mark, we don't have time to waste, so let's just get right into it. So here you are with Grandma and Grandpa. You get your vehicle kind of taken, you disappear, and then you have another encounter where you're 12 years old, you're hovering above your bed, you can't feel the bed below you, and you're paralyzed in your state. Take it from there.
Sure. So that was absolutely horrifying. That's one of the first real super scary things that ever happened to me. So throughout after that happens, to this day is still here. If I haven't sent you a picture of it, I'll send you one here shortly. But it's very, very distinct, and it's a very, very, it's probably maybe a centimeter in width, and this little mark is right there below right there on my wrist, and I have no clue how it got there, and it does seem to correlate with other scoop marks I found. Now, I do want to say this. Just because this stuff happens, I'm not 100% certain what happened. Something happened. Something very anomalous happened. I just want to make that very, very clear. But after that incident, I continue to have some bizarre things happen. I would wake up every once in a while, and then I would see all these lights coming through the window. Now, there was a street that pulled up behind my house that went up a mountain. However, there was no vehicles. I remember at one point looking out the window, and the lights just ceased right as I was about to reach for the window, and there's no cop cars, there's no ambulance, there's no vehicles, no headlights, none of that. So stuff like that happened a lot. But there's one incident that really change my outlook, or was that maybe a catalyst to change my outlook, I think would be more accurate. 19 years old. Okay. This is before I joined the military. When I was 20, I joined the military. I went to the School of Infantry at Fort Benning. I graduated from that and went on to serve in the Army's 3rd Infantry Division, mechanized. But anyway, about a year before that, we were living here in North Georgia, and we lived in a country club, like a state neighborhood at the time. And I was 19. I was still living with my mom and dad. And one Sunday night, it was in the summer, and I know it was. I think it was like May or June, because it was pretty hot and humid that day. But it was a Sunday evening around 8:30 or so, and that evening, my mom and dad went to their. They had some church service, an evening service of some kind at their church, and around that time, I was upstairs in my room, which is right above their garage. It was right above that, and I hear around 8:30. I hear the garage door open. It opens. I can feel it. I can hear it. So I'll go downstairs. I'm walking downstairs. My mother, as I'm walking into the kitchen has a door that leads to the garage, and I hear my mother kind of walks into that door a little way, a few steps into the door, and she says, "Mark, come look at this. There's something outside it, like a UFO or something like that." So I'm like, whatever. I'm just, I kind of scoffed at it, but I'm like, okay. So I'm walking outside. My mother's walking ahead of me. Okay. We're in the garage. Now, at the entrance to this garage, my father was standing right there at the entrance in front of the vehicle with the garage door open, of course. And he was kind of angled, facing at an angle, and he was looking up. He was looking up just like this. Well, my mother walks up kind of behind him to the side, and she just kind of does the same thing. And I'm sitting here thinking, what in the world's going on here? And I'm walking up behind my mother, and I look up, and lo and behold, man, there's what looked like a round saucer shaped something. And it was hovering just above the wood line. I would estimate that it was probably maybe 100 yards away, maybe 100 to 150 yards away. It wasn't that far away because I could make out details on this thing. Like I could see a strobe. There was a strobe on the bottom of this thing. It was like a strobing light of some kind, but kind of a slow strobe. And then on top there was a faster strobe, and there was some other lights around it. But this object was probably, I would say probably about I don't know, probably about 70 or 80 feet in width. I would guess on that, and that's a healthy guess. But my mom and dad saw this object. They summoned me outside, and then after that, it's just kind of like, I don't really remember what I was doing the rest of the night. It's just kind of one of those things. Because the next day I woke up, I was like, that was kind of weird. We saw a flying saucer. My mom and dad, and my mom and dad, they're the type of people that's kind of taboo to talk about like that. I mean, I think they believe in it, and I might get into that a little bit because we've had other experiences together, but it's something they just don't like to talk about. And the fact that they saw this object and then summoned me to go out there and look at it is very telling. We had to experience some kind of anomalous event.
Do you think that they came and got you outside almost like they were in a trance-like state because you had already had the experiences?
So it's almost like they were in a kind of a trance-like state. It's almost like that. These memories that I'm recalling to you and your audience today, some of this stuff is really is kind of blurry. I mean, I'm picking out little elements that I remember. I'm sure there's much more to this. There's got to be. The question is, am I ready to find out more, or will I ever be ready to find out more?
At this time when you were having all of these UFO alien type experiences, do you have anything else going on? Do you find any other phenomena happening at that time?
Oh my God. So later that year, I had a friend. I worked at a grocery store. Me and my brother, my sister-in-law worked at a grocery store down the road. Befriended this really nice lady, this young lady she's from somewhere in Canada. I'm not sure. I can't remember exactly where she's from, but her family lived down where we live, and she was living with them at the time. So she got a job at this grocery store, and that's how I met this young lady. But anyway, I was still 19 years old at this point. And one night we were sitting in the break room, having a conversation, and she looks at me. I'm sitting next to her, and she goes, "Mark, I've been having some weird stuff happening around my house, and just some weird stuff, creepy stuff." And I'm sitting here thinking, she just went and saw the Blair Witch Project. This is kind of back when that movie came out. So I'm thinking, she's probably just creeped out by the movie. Well, so she go like, "Well, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a seance." Now, I want to make one thing very clear. I have never messed with a Ouija board before. I was skeptical about it, for me myself, I don't mess with them, and I always advise extreme caution when experimenting with things like that. So I just want to get that out. But I thought this would be kind of interesting. I was very skeptical, so I was like, yeah, I'll come hang out, and so I did. So I went to her house. We got off work, and she lived in the same neighborhood that we lived in, but on the opposite side. Okay. That's something kind of important, and you'll see why later in this story. So we're at the house. I was sober. I was perfectly sober. I had like a half of a beer. I wasn't a big drinker or anything like that. No drugs, no nothing. And I was very, very clear-minded. And I walk in the door, and as I walk in the door in the living room, she welcomes me, and there was about 3 other people there that 2 of them I didn't know. There was a young man close to my age, and then there was another young lady that I didn't know very well, and there's another young woman that was supposed to be on her way. And that's very important too. So she brings the board out and she sets it down on this table, and she sets the planchette right there on top of it. Okay. So we begin. We start the session, and I'm just I put my fingers on the planchette. I just rest they told me just to rest my fingers on it. And that's what I did. I wasn't exerting any force. And I looked at the other people, I looked at my friend and the other 2 people, and they were all doing the same thing I was doing. So I know nobody was pushing the planchette. This happened. All of a sudden, my friend, she asked the first question, and immediately we got a response, and it was a powerful response. It was a driven response. That planchette was being driven by an external, non-corporeal force of some kind. So we're sitting in front of that table, and this Ouija board's going this planchette's going all over the place. It's just going everywhere. And every once in a while, I didn't want to. I asked it. I eventually asked it a question, but every once in a while, it would stop spelling out its sentence, or at the end of its statement, whatever this entity was that was trying to communicate with us. It would stop periodically, and the planchette would turn towards me, and it would kind of do this pointing motion thing, this very, very shallow pointing motion, and it told me. It would do that, and it told me to go answer the front door. So I'm going so I'm like, okay, this is kind of bizarre, I go to the front door, and I didn't hear this. My friend's driveway was very long, so you can't hear anyone pulling up to the house. You just can't hear it. It's a very long driveway, and then they live in a cul-de-sac, and it's way, way far away. As I'm walking towards the door, right as I'm starting to grab the knob to open it to see if someone was there, the doorbell rings.
Oh,
and it was
my.
it was the other girl. It was the other lady that we were waiting on. We decided to go ahead and get started without her. It was her. Well, it gets weirder. Okay. So she comes in, and she worked with us also at the grocery store. She comes in, and she sits down with us, and she lays her fingers on the planchette. She lays her fingers on it, and it starts up doing the same thing again. It was very, very active. It was very force driven, and I couldn't put my finger on it. I could feel that some kind of force, some kind of disembodied force was really had full control over that planchette. And it did the same thing again. It finished a sentence that was asked. It finished its statement, and it would do that turn. It would turn towards me and start pointing. It would start pointing, and this time it told me to answer the door again. So I get up and I'm walking to the door, and I'm starting to get creeped out here. Maybe just a little bit. Yeah. I mean, this is creepy stuff here, man. And this time I opened the door, and this is a really hot summer night, probably close to 90 degrees. And there's nobody there. However, as I kind of stepped into the threshold, this chilling wind just hit me. I mean, it hit me really hard. It was so cold. It was almost like, I wonder sometimes if I was marked or something because of what happens next. So I go back in there and I say, hey, there's nobody there. There's no, it's really cold over there by your front door. I don't know what's up with that. It was really hot. People were in swimming pools or just an hour before that. All of us are sober. None of us have been consuming any significant alcohol or anything. And here's all these bizarre, weird things that, like, we were seeing shadows on the wall where there were no shadows. It was creepy. It was just downright creepy. And I started to become aware of a sinister vibe where we were at. It was very sinister. And I would even say possibly diabolical.
Right.
So I'm like, I've had my fill of this. I'm like, I'm done. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going home. I'm going to bed. So I leave. I'm walking down to my car. And I get in my car and I start my engine up. And the roads in this subdivision had these really nice, bright street lights on both sides of the road. So I'm pulling out of the cul-de-sac as I take a right turn, and I'm going back towards my side of the neighborhood. And as I'm doing that, I could not help but notice, Dave, that the lights, as I approached these lights, one by one, each set would go off.
Really?
As I was approaching them. This is no joke. I could not believe what I was seeing. I mean, I was in shock for what I was seeing. It was beyond creepy, man. But as I'm driving down this road, Dave, and all these lights go off, and when I get home and I'm walking up, I go inside the house and I'm walking up the stairs to my room, and I instantly fell into a deep, powerful sleep. It was real deep, and I had a dream, a very, very powerful lucid dream or a vision. I don't know which one it was, but in this vision, I'll just call it a vision for lack of a better term. In this vision, I'm back at that woman's house. I'm back in that house, and I'm sitting here. It's her. It's my on one side of the table. It's that other girl that showed up late on the other side, and then I'm there. There's no one else there. And they had their they had their fingers on the planchette like this, and they were in some kind of trance. And this planchette was moving all over the board. It was harrowing. I don't know how to describe it. The feeling of it was almost like synthetic fear. It's almost like I've heard people who've had abduction experiences or contact experiences. I've heard people say that fear was injected into them. It's almost like a synthetic or an artificial fear. That's kind of what it felt like for me, in a way. And all of a sudden, that planchette flies off the table and smashes into like a million pieces on the wall. Oh. And I sit up, and I'm fully awake, Dave. I promise you, I'm fully awake. I look to my right, and there's this being this non-human entity. It almost looked like one of the Greys, but it had more circular eyes and it had these massive teeth. And the only thing I knew to do was pray, and I did. I wasn't very religious or anything at the time, but man alive, being, it looked like a force just knocked it into oblivion. I mean, just it was gone within a nanosecond.
I get that. I totally get that. For you, as we got about 3.5 minutes here before we have to go to break, Mark Brenner is our guest tonight. You got aliens. Now you're having paranormal activity. At that point, did you start to put it together that maybe this was combined?
So that was, I think that, Dave, I really believe that was a catalyst for this, because in the next hour, I want to get into my research a little bit. And this is, I think this was like a tipping point, because I think there's much more to creation and reality this reality that we live in, that we're able to thrive in, with a fourth dimension being time. I think there's much more to this show than meets the eye. And I'm going to get into that at some point.
Okay. So here you are, you're having this paranormal experience. Did you see any of the entities after the planchette?
So that's a good question. We didn't actually, at least I didn't. We saw several of the other people, my friends that were involved in that situation. They both told me that they saw shadows where people weren't standing. How can that be? I mean, it wasn't lighting tricks or anything like that. I remember I caught one of them. I'm pretty sure I saw one of them myself, but I had an encounter later, and I'll get into this later with some sort of entities that are similar to that. My wife and I both had an encounter with something like that later. But as far as seeing like an apparition or something like that, I actually didn't see my first apparition until about 2.5 months ago. On the most haunted and dangerous lake in the world, what's revered as the most haunted and dangerous lake that I live right next to, Lake Lanier.
Oh, nothing freaky about that. Nothing at all.
Nah, not at all.
Right.
But anyway, that's we never saw any kind of entity as far as, at least I didn't see anything that night. I didn't. Yeah.
So how long until your next experience?
Well, that's where it gets kind of interesting. I joined the Army. I actually left to go to basic training to infantry school not long after that, actually. I had a very traumatic experience, after that. Something very personal happened. And then I joined the military, trying to, I think that I was trying to escape it and try to rise above it. I think that was one of the reasons I joined the Army. I really think it was that. My dad, he wanted me to do what he wanted to do back during the Vietnam era, and his parents talked him out of it. But I did the next experience that I'm going to get into. There were several things I want to talk about. I eventually moved to another town, and that I discovered some dark secrets about this town that I thought were just rumors, but I saw very conclusive, pretty strong evidence that this stuff is in fact going on in this little town not far from here.
Well, we're going to get into it with you in hour number 2 as we have Mark Brenner for another hour here on Spaced Out Radio as we continue on with his quest for answers regarding the supernatural phenomena that surrounds him on a daily basis. And of course, you know what? There's nothing better than true encounters from true people who just want to know what's happening to them, why it's happening to them, and where it's coming from. Can it stop? So many questions. We'll get into it next in hour number 2 with Mark Brenner. Stay tuned. Spaced Out Radio enters the second period next. All right, we're clear.
Right on, man. I'm going to sneak out to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'll be right back too.
Cool.
Kira, you're in charge of the chat room. Make sure Thurston Howell III doesn't act up at all. Okay? Be right back.
Did you get you a snack?
No. Grab the bathroom.
Man, I'm going to tell you guys a story about Lake Lanier. And this will give you and your listeners a very good picture, a very clear picture of why this is considered the most haunted and dangerous lake by many. I want to get into that probably at the bottom of the next hour before we close out. But at any rate, this is that's something I'm really looking to right now, and I'm kind of working on something with that. I'll tell you about it some other time.
All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. We got about 1 minute. I got a question that we're going to start off with right off the bat here.
Yeah, take some questions, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, make sure if you're here, put your questions in capital letters. Oliviero, I got yours, so I'll ask the question for him. So I'll just put it up there so that way I have a reference point. We've got about 45 seconds.
Right on. That's a good question.
Hi, the unknown. How you doing, buddy? All right, I want to say a big thank you to Simon Times 2, Dragon L, Michael, and Ozzy Ange for the amazing super chats. It's a great way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. Also, don't forget you can shop at our SOR store on our website. Here we go.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Here we go with hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you very much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hi to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Fardage. Fardage is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bubblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight with our good friend Mark Brenner. He is here telling us a lifetime of stories that he has had encounters with since childhood. I mean, this is a life that has put him on a personal mission and a personal quest to figure out what is going on in his personal world. Mark, welcome back.
All right. Thank you for having me back, Dave. It's really been awesome.
Right on. We're having a good time with you tonight, man. Oliviero wants to kick off hour number 2 here. We thank him. It's his first time in our chat room.
Hello,
what
my
do you
friend.
think? What do you think about the fact that ufology, being a multidisciplinary study, is difficult for scientists who are too specialized? I love this question.
Yeah, I do too. It's a great question. And this question actually is relevant to a point I'm going to make later. It is ufology. I'll preface with this. Ufology is it is extremely multidisciplinary. And the reason I say that is the simple fact is that I'm really not that sure at this point that we're dealing with a simple matter of ETs from another planet coming to do whatever. I think it's much more than that, Dave. I think that it's something that we can't even begin to imagine. We're seeing all kinds of different types of paranormal phenomenon. And I use the word paranormal as a blanket term for multiple different phenomenon, and I'll explain myself with that later. But I think it is, and I think it is definitely a multidisciplinary study, and because there's so many different aspects to this phenomenon, and there's a lot of paranormal overtones with it. And I think the problem is some of the scientists that you're referring to, my friend, I think that it's difficult because some of these scientists literally simply just lack the ability to think outside the box to the degree they need to.
You know, and I agree with you, but I'll take that one step further. I think you are going to see a major shift within the next couple of years regarding the phenomena. being all tied together. There have been a number of researchers over the years, from David Weatherly to Timothy Brenner to Joshua Cutchin, Ross Allison, and others, who have really pushed the envelope on finding out that it's all tied together. Grant Cameron is now doing that. Linda Moulton Howe has kind of dipped into it as well, same as Whitley Strieber. But for the most part, mainstream science has not. Yet, if you listen and read between the lines what people like Lou Elizondo and Sean Cahill are talking about now, they're talking about the phenomena as a whole, not as an individual identity, whether it's UFOs, cryptids, paranormal, consciousness, whatever it may be. Look for that to improve in the future. All right, let's go back to your stories, because the people are loving your spooky stories here that have happened to you. And I mean, we've run the gamut. We've had paranormal happen. We've had UFOs happen. As you get out of the Army and you start moving forward in your life, growing as a man, I mean, how did you handle these encounters? Were they still coming fast and frequent?
Well, Dave, I didn't handle them. I'm a weenie. So in regards to, let's move forward. Let's move forward from, I got out in 2003. Okay. Let's fast forward about 10 years.
Sure.
Let's do 12 years, whatever. I was well into my approximately 18 years of paranormal research. And when I say paranormal research, and I want to make myself clear. I use the word paranormal as a blanket term, because the word paranormal means something that seems to be outside of our normal reality that we don't understand. That's what the word paranormal means. I mean, this is my opinion, but I believe that term can be a kind of a blanket term for multiple phenomena, and we'll see. We'll see why here shortly. But go for 12 years, and I'm living in the same town, but in a different area, a little bit different area. Okay. And I lived in this neighborhood that had a really big artificial lake. And this was about 6 or 7 years ago. Yeah, about 6 years ago. So anyways, I'm working with my partner, Greg Schipp. He's our Project Stargate Fringe Research's historical advisor and occasional co-host, just to give you guys an idea who I'm talking about. Anyway, so Greg and I, we've been friends for about 5 or 6 months. We struck up a great friendship. He's like a brother to me. Love him to pieces. Just a great guy. Really, really enjoyed my friendship with him. Very, 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 very wonderful guy. Great man. So anyways, but we had a lot of philosophical discussions. We worked at one of the mega retailers together in the same department, and that's how we got to know each other. And I was like, Greg, I've been seeing something kind of funny. I've been seeing this object manifest, and sure enough, from about the end of May through the end of July that summer, almost every single night, I would have a UFO sighting. Now, this object would manifest, and it was like a decent sized ball of light off in the horizon. I would estimate that it was usually somewhere around. Sometimes it was like a mile away. Sometimes it was a few miles away. Sometimes it would pop. It looked like it would phase into our reality, and then just go poof, and there it's gone. And then sometimes it would reappear somewhere else. And one time, Dave, we had what looked like a couple of F-16 interceptors coming into the airspace, and they were looking for something. I'm going to tell you right now, they were. So anyway, Greg, I want someone to see this so people won't think I'm crazy. I want them to see this. And sure enough, he comes out there. We got off work. We closed the department down for the night, and we're good. And he's following me home. And he's probably, at this point, he's probably thinking, yeah, my friend here is nuts, but I want to hang out with him. Sure enough, we go out to this gazebo. We're walking in this really nice path around to this gazebo, and I'd sit there on this picnic bench, and I would just lay there and watch the sky. There was very little light pollution. It was a beautiful place to sky watch. So it wasn't but a few minutes, I would say, just a couple minutes, and sure enough, that object, man, it's almost like it was almost apparitional, but it would just appear on the horizon. It would appear right there on the horizon, and just like you would think an apparition would just disappear. It did this. It would do that, but it would sometimes, like I said, it would reappear in another area of space. And my good friend Greg Schipp saw what I was seeing for almost 2 months.
No way.
Yeah. And I had another UFO encounter a couple weeks after that. I lived in Forsyth County, Georgia, and there was a deputy that would park his vehicle a little ways down from where I was living at the time. This is maybe a few weeks later, and I was just striking up a conversation with him. I was walking down, smoking a cigar, just just enjoying the beautiful night, beautiful weather, and I went to say hi to my friend who was a deputy, and I was like, "Hey, man, I've been seeing some weird stuff out there towards the air base," and he's like, I asked him, have you seen any of this? Have you heard any reports of this, anything like this going on? He's like, no, he kind of just brushed it off. And we talked, we stood around and we talked for a while. We would shoot the breeze about politics or this or that, or just our favorite movies. Really enjoyed my friendship with this good gentleman. And, but he gets out of his car and he kind of walks around to the side, and we just kind of leaning up against the back of his cruiser, and no noise. This this triangle looking thing with a really bright light in each part of the triangle flies right over us. At that moment, across the road, from another subdivision, this gentleman and his kids were walking their dog, and he's walking. He kind of looks up at it and just keeps on going. Just keeps on going, man. And me and that deputy, we're standing there with this woo right now. The woo that I hope some of you may be feeling. That's how I felt times 10 when I saw this thing go over. Imagine this. This object made no noise, zero noise. And me and that deputy, we just kind of looked at each other like, man, I don't know what that was, but could have been a drone. Now, it could have been a drone. I know we have drones the size of football fields, and that is a fact. We have huge drones, and some of them can do some funky maneuvers and stuff sometimes. But the thing about it is, one of the aspects of this that's so fascinating to me about these UFOs, Dave, is how it is absolutely impossible to have a human being inside one of these devices or craft or whatever they are, take off at 12,000 miles an hour or faster and make an angled turn without stopping. I mean, you'd be toothpaste.
I hear you on that one. And that, going to the whole idea of the Tic Tacs that the government was seeing with the 2004 Nimitz incident, where they were dropping, between 80,000 feet down to 10 feet above sea level in less than 1 second. That would rip a human apart.
Absolutely. So it gets even weirder. Well, let's go deeper into that. Let's go back to my friend Greg. Let's go back to him for a moment. Okay. So that night after Greg left, he goes home, and I get a text message from him. I always ask my friends to text me when they get home. I'm just very protective of my friends and family. So he texts me. I get the text message. He's like, "Hey, I'm home." Whatever. I remember him texting me, or he texted me something. Anyway, I'm walking. I was still outside, and I was walking back in the house after he left. And the room that I stayed in was next to my father's room. This is post-divorce, by the way. I went through a divorce not too long before that, and I was just trying to get back on my feet. And I was staying with my mom and dad. My dad slept in a room parallel to mine, and then right in front of both our rooms there was there was a bathroom. There was a latrine right there, and the door would open. Uh, the door worked fine. It was kind of creaky. It needed to be oiled up and everything where the hinges were, because it made some racket whenever you would open and shut the door. Well, I'm walking into my room. I just got done using the bathroom, and I'm walking out of the bathroom and walking to my room, and I just realized I left my lighter outside. So I walk outside. I unlock the door. I grab my lighter, and I'm walking. I lock the door. And as I'm walking past that bathroom, boom, just slammed, just as loud, as strong and loud as you can imagine. Now I'm thinking, maybe I woke my dad up, maybe I aggravated him or something. And, maybe I accidentally woke my dad up. Well, dad's in there. He's conked out. He's snoring. What was in the bathroom? So with that boil, why is that significant? Some of you might be wondering that. Well, we're seeing a lot of this stuff. And if I may, it starts out sometimes people have these UFO encounters, these close encounters, the first, second, third, or fourth kind, maybe, whatever. And then there's some kind of paranormal event that follows it. It might be a psychic experience. It might be PK. Like I'm one. I suspect there may have been some sort of psychokinetic or telekinetic event that happened after that UFO sighting, because it happened another couple of times as well. But the first time I think it happened, I didn't really pay much attention to it because I was so tired that night. But the second one, I was like, okay, I didn't really pay too much credence to it. But the third time it happened was that night, and sure enough, there was some kind of paranormal fallout after this UFO encounter.
Do you think that you are personally a magnet for the phenomena, for the people around you to experience it as well?
I have no idea, but I'm going to answer it I'm going to try to answer it in a different way. Listen to this. So, okay, a couple years before that, this is a story I've never told. I have never told this story in a public setting, so bear with me. So I lived in a town called Ball Ground, and Ball Ground, Georgia, for people who live around this area of Georgia, a lot of people might be familiar with the legends about that place. And, as far as I was concerned, I'd heard a little bit about it, that there was a satanic cult out there, and there's other things going on. I've heard of some very high strangeness going on. So in a lot of haunted locations, there's a ton of haunted locations. I mean, an insane amount. So I was dating this young lady at the time, and we were living in this one house over there, and we would wake up with she had a newborn baby at the time, and we would wake up with 3 claw marks down our arms, on myself, on my left arm, on the baby's arm, and on her arm. They were in almost identical locations on all 3 of us. Now the number 3 comes up a lot. I've seen the number 3. It has some kind of powerful meaning behind it, because a lot of paranormal phenomenon from my research, it seems to be at its strongest at what they call the witching hour, or 3 a.m.
Right.
I think a lot of people are familiar with that. But anyway, months later, we kind of took a break from one another. She moved to another town for a while, and I moved into another house in Ball Ground. Now, this is where this is something that was traumatic, and it was very traumatic for me. What I'm about to disclose is something I've never talked about before. So I was living in this house. It was myself, and it was 2 other people. We were all renting rooms in this house. That night, I was by myself in the home. There was no one in the home. I was by myself. All my roommates they were all gone. On one of them was going on vacation. The other one was working. So I was by myself in the home. And I'm laying in bed, and I'm actually, this may or may not have nothing to do with it, but I was listening to Dreamland. I was listening to Whitley Strieber. And
Okay.
I was listening because at night I like to listen to podcasts and kind of it relaxes me, and or listen to your show live. I don't get I try to listen to your show live as much as I can. I love listening to your show live.
Thank
But
you.
anyway, I'm laying there and I drift to sleep and I'm listening to Whitley. His voice is like a glass of warm milk. He's got that Leonard Nimoy vibe to it for me.
Yes.
Or James Earl Jones. He's got that cool vibe in his voice, I like it. But anyway, so I'm listening to Whitley and I'm just mesmerized by his guest. And so I start drifting to sleep. I'm getting sleepy and sleepy and sleepy. And I wake up and I go into this really deep sleep and I'm having another one of those kind of visions or lucid dreams that I described in a previous experience earlier. It's that same type of dream or vision. I was conscious in this dream or vision, whatever it was. Like I could look around, I could feel, I could hear, I could smell. And I was paralyzed. I'm paralyzed. And I see coming up over my bed what looked like a massive snake. And it was the head of that thing was so huge. It was massive. And I felt it. I could feel, I could have swore, Dave, that I could feel that snake's head grasping my feet.
Oh.
And it slowly and slowly starts swallowing me. And as it's got closer to my abdomen, I had this horrendous pain in my chest. It was so horrible. I thought I was having a heart attack. I didn't know what was going on. And the last thing I remember as that jaw snaps over my head, I sit up out of my bed and I have this horrendous pain in my chest. And what happened during that was very personal and it was a violation. And we'll just leave it at that.
So at that point, you realize that it wasn't a snake, but it was extraterrestrials doing some sort of personal experimentation on you.
I don't know what it was, Dave. I honestly don't know, but it did. Right after I got up and I was trying to shake that pain off, I heard very clearly footsteps outside the bedroom window. This is an old house, Dave. You can hear anything outside. So I hear these footsteps walking on the leaves and whatnot, and I go outside. I didn't have a gun on me, so I walk. I was flipping out. I ran outside and I checked every single corner of that house. I just walked all around the house. There was not enough time for anybody to run away. There was no one there. Was it ETs? Was it demons? Was it something else? I don't know.
Boy, that just sends chills down my spine, my friend. Chills down my spine. Mark, we have you for another 30 minutes here on Spaced Out Radio. Very much appreciate you holding on here as we go to break at the bottom of the hour. Hard to believe we're already halfway through tonight's show. And you know what? You know you got a good guest when the show flies by and you look at the clock and you're like, really? We're halfway done? Hard to believe. I know. Mark Brenner, his personal quest for answers into the weird and strange. We will continue on Spaced Out Radio right after this. Hi, little Jimmy Goodall. How you doing, buddy? Good to have you here. The legend himself, James Goodall. He says, it was his ex-wife. She's a curse to mankind.
Oh, man, we need to break the curse. Break the curse.
Jim Goodall is a legend. A legend. And I'll be seeing him next week in Las Vegas, Nevada, where I'm buying the first round, but Jim's buying the second, third, fourth, and fifth. And then he's taking us to Area 51.
Wow, that's a hell of an itinerary. I had speaking of Area 51, Dave, I had this lady. Her name's Niara Isley. Are you familiar with her?
No.
She's interesting. She has a very interesting story to tell, and my interview of her was riveting.
Really?
Yeah. It has elements of it has a heavy MyLab type elements in this story involved with this, and she served honorably in the Air Force for a while. She's had experiences her whole life. Fascinating story. I'll send you a link to my interview with her sometime.
Sure.
Yeah.
I tell you, man, love those personal encounters. Love them.
I kind of, yeah, it's cool. It is cool. See, in addition to celebrity guests on my show, I also want to have people do what you do and have people, just regular everyday people who's had incredible experiences. And I'm going to try to culminate my research in this last segment if I can.
Sure.
I want to try to reach that culmination to where Project Stargate came from. And I'm hoping that by the end of my segment, that the listeners will understand why I formed this research group and what we do.
Very cool. We're going to do it, man.
I love your audience, Dave. Your audience is so awesome. Hands down, you guys rock.
They are very, very cool, man. They are very, very cool.
If I could just get my listener base up, we'll be in good shape.
You'll get there.
I'll get there. If I can just get one person's attention, it was worth it to me, man. The whole theme of my program is just research. It's just us really documenting our research and sharing it with the public. That's that's the main theme, really, of my program.
Great, and that's all we can do, man. That's all we can do.
Yeah, and you have a very liberal range of guests on your show, and that's one of the things I've always loved about listening to you, is because you have all these incredible experts in all these different types of paranormal and fringe research, and you also have some people that I never heard of. I was like, wow, these people this guy has the best people on his show.
We really try to look, the big names everybody wants. The big names will most likely go on every single show. And it's not that but they want the publicity. They want their books or research or whatever. And I love those guys too. And I have a lot of friends like that. It's no slight against them or anything like that. By the way, thank you, Obi, for that super chat. Very much appreciate it. But the big thing is with them all is, a lot of them don't have that personal encounter. And there's a lot of amazing encounters out there that people just need to tell. And when you can find a diamond in the rough of somebody who can tell you credibly, and you can hear it credibly through their voice, through their emotion, the way they're kind of talking and doing all sorts of things, and acting, you can tell very easily. But when you get one of those people on the air and maybe they've done a small podcast or they haven't done anything, and you can get them to tell their story, it's phenomenal. It really is. It's the big. I would sooner have a week of those than a week of you know experts, so to speak.
Yeah.
Like you look at the battles on Twitter right now, with what's going on in the UFO field. It's bloody ridiculous. I'm just going to run through some names here. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot, reading Shirky Poo's News Wire. Check out our swag as well. And follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok, Spaced Out Radio. Rule number 1 in radio, Dave, slow down your talking so you can get the words out. Yeah, I learned that in 1996, by the way. Apparently, it didn't sink in. Mark Brenner, we got him for another 30 minutes here on the Mighty SOR, and I'm very proud to have him here, man, because he is telling an incredible story about his own encounters and investigations and what he's looking for, as he has a lifetime experiences that have put him on a personal quest to figure out what is going on around this planet. Mark, welcome back.
Thank you, Dave. This has been awesome, man. I've really enjoyed having fellowship with you and your listeners. It's been wonderful.
Absolutely, man. We're glad you are here. So let us check it on out, man. You're investigating this area now with your buddies. That is pretty active, pretty strange, pretty legendary.
The area, does have a history of a lot of anomalous activity. Like, as I mentioned, the actual area, I theorized that there may be, for lack of a better term, a triangle area, and places like, the Bridgewater, Massachusetts, like Alaska, the Bermuda Triangle, like areas that have Skinwalker Ranch. Places that your listeners you and your listeners probably are familiar with. But these places are places that have a hodgepodge of all kinds of high strangeness and paranormal phenomenon. And this place that I've been describing seems to fit that bill.
What's happening there? How did you find it?
Well, it's not far from where I used to live. And the place is, when I say the place is notorious, that's an understatement. But I would, from where I used to live, it was probably a few miles away. I would say it would take me about 5-10 minutes maybe to get there. But there's another place here in Georgia that I think is going to be really interesting. Lake Sidney Lanier. It's over here right next to my house. It's actually, I could walk about 600 clicks behind my house and arrive at the dock. Now, Lake Lanier, I've just really begun scratch the surface on researching this place. This place is unreal. The history goes back many decades. The Army Corps of Engineers flooded up to at least 15 cemeteries, if not, and I suspect maybe there might be 5 more of them that they had flooded, and 3 villages or small towns. All this was flooded and is underneath Lake Lanier and is still there today. Lake Sidney Lanier in North Georgia is considered by many, and I quote, the most haunted and dangerous lake in the world because of all the deaths that's happened on that lake. When the water gets low, the water level goes down. You can see steeples from a church. You can see the tops of roofs. You can see all kinds of things. And as far for paranormal phenomenon, that lake is unmatched. You would catch me dead, no pun intended, in that water. And I had my very first apparition sighting right in front of my house near the lake. This happened about 3 months ago. And again, this happened at 0300 in the morning. I want to be clear about that. I usually work for this mega retailer's distribution at the distribution level now. And I was coming home. I usually worked 5 to 5, 3 on, 4 off. But this night we actually got off earlier. So I'm driving home. I'm very tired. I'm a little tired. I'm still kind of high strung from being at work and whatnot. But I'm driving home, and I'm going over the bridge over the lake. I'm going over this bridge, and I see as I'm pulling. I live kind of out in the woods behind a gas station. Well, there's a gas station on the highway, and then there's my gravel driveway winds but to the left of it and winds through the woods, but a decent ways from the gas station behind the gas. So I'm approaching the gas station, and I'm putting my turn signal on, and out of nowhere I felt this, what I can only describe as like a sort of an EMF, a feeling, that feeling when your hair stands up all over your body, Dave. That's what I felt for a few seconds. And as I turned to my right, I saw what I can only describe as a ghost or an apparition. And it was a woman, and it had long dark hair. It had a white dress on, and it was slightly illuminated, and I mean slightly. It was very solid. I looked at it, and I drove right past it, and I turned in my driveway. That was probably about 3 or 4 seconds after I saw this, and I stopped the car, and I look at the mailbox, and I look, and gone. No time to run away, no time to hide behind anything. I mean, there was no time. This was an apparition. The question is, was it a disembodied spirit, or is it something so remarkable that has to do with relativity and how space and time works? Is it something remarkable like that? Dr. Barry Taff, parapsychologist, was on my program last year. And in his book, Aliens Above, Ghosts Below, Explorations of the Unknown, he talks about this in some detail. And one idea, and this is kind of like, I've kind of put a little bit of my own spin on it to a certain degree, but one idea in parapsychology is that sometimes when we have what they call residual hauntings, and we believe in this research field that residual hauntings are nothing more than like a recording in the fabric of space and time. If you can follow me with that. So, in other words, like what happened in the past, what's going to happen tomorrow, and what's happening right, this conversation me and you are having right now, it's going to exist forever as information, as data. And that's one of the things that a lot of parapsychologists are looking at. Was this a time warp? Was it a simple, was I receiving in some clairvoyant way, possibly even something that happened in the past? I found out after the fact that my stepdaughter, my oldest stepdaughter, had the same exciting just a little further down the road by the bridge.
Wow. That is incredible, my friend. Incredible. So this lake where everything is happening, there's actually a town underneath the water?
There's 3 of them.
3 of them.
If you can imagine that.
How did that happen?
Well, I'm in now. I want to disclose this. I'm in my early stages of research. I'm sorry I wasn't prepared for this part of it, but I feel so compelled to talk about it for a moment because I had this experience, and I can't deny what I saw. But my understanding is back, I think it was in the 50s. I'm gonna do something with this. I'm gonna make an announcement on our Facebook page at Project Stargate Fringe Research. You can easily find it on Facebook, and our podcast, by the way, is on Spotify. I think it's on iHeart now, and it's on Amazon, and of course, it's on YouTube, the video format. But anyway, the what I think happened. What my understanding is the Army Corps of Engineers, I think it was in the 50s, they needed the city of Atlanta, they needed a source of water, a steady source of flow of water for various things. So it was going to be a water supply. It was never meant for people to swim in. They said that up front. Well, what did they do? There was up to possibly, like I said, there was possibly 20 cemeteries in that underneath that lake. There was up to 20 cemeteries and 3 like small towns or villages, and it was just awful what they did. They said that they were supposed to have moved a lot of the graves, but there has been situations, from my understanding, I've heard many times that there's been 1 or 2 instances where something floated to the top.
Oh, nice. Very
Yeah.
pleasant. Very pleasant.
I haven't confirmed that. I have not confirmed that. But this story, a lot of people, there's been almost 700 deaths been on that lake. I mean, this is a very dangerous lake. I would not get caught. I wouldn't be caught dead swimming in that lake. No way.
What makes it so deadly? Why 700 people?
Well, for one thing, all right. So it connects to the river on one of these big rivers that goes through Georgia. I can't remember which one it was, but it connects to this river, and there's all these currents underneath. And when you have all these currents and stuff, they're pretty powerful, from my understanding. They have these currents, and then there's all that debris. There's debris in there. There's houses in there. God knows what's down there. God only knows.
Sounds like the mighty Fraser where I am.
Yeah,
you can't see the bottom there. It's too much.
People go. There's not a lot of. There's really not that much stuff out there about Lake Lanier, and I'd like to. I'd like to bring some of this information out. What we're thinking about doing is kind of like a docu-series or something to that effect. Just a really kind of it'll be a grassroots effort, but I want to bring this information. I want to do some eyewitness interviews. I want to do something cool with this, and I'm going to make an announcement later this year about it. But at any rate, when I started researching the paranormal, this is why I founded Project Stargate. First of all, I started researching the paranormal when I was in my mid-20s. And the reason I started doing it because I started having these memories come back, and like the memory of the fiery object that flew in front of my grandparents' vehicle. Well, memories like that started manifesting, and I started having. Every once in a while I'd have some nightmares about this or that. I don't remember too much about them, but I've had a lot of consistent over the years. I've experienced a lot of poltergeist activity. My wife, she's epileptic. She has epilepsy, unfortunately. And the first time she had a major seizure, we had what seemed to be a related poltergeist event that may or may not have been connected to her epileptic seizure. That's another thing that Dr. Tapp talks about in his book. And I saw we had a poltergeist event when she was coming out of a seizure that was witnessed not only by myself but 2 firefighters.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So
so she goes into a seizure.
Yeah.
And what happened?
So, thankfully, I had first aid training in the Army. Thankful for that. And she had the seizure in our bathroom in our last house, which is the house that mentioned earlier that was closer to the lake than mine is now.
Yes.
We had a lot of paranormal phenomena in that house. I don't even think I don't even have a close enough time to get into it. I mean, just some unbelievable stuff happened in that house. But she has this seizure, and I'm reacting to it. I'm trying to get her airway unobstructed while she's rigid and stiff as a board. And at the same time, I'm talking to 911 dispatch. I'm talking to the county dispatch, and they're sending a rescue team out there for us, because I've never seen this before. It was creeping me, like I was scared to death, but I knew what to do. I knew she'd probably be fine, and she was. So she starts coming out of it. My daughter goes and opens the front door, and I could hear the sirens off in the distance coming towards us. I hear these sirens coming up here, and I get her up. I get her on her feet, and she's still she's very much out of it still, but she could barely walk with my assistance. I get her to the couch in the living room, and she wears glasses. My wife, Sandy, she wears glasses. The glasses fall off of her right as the firefighters are walking up to the door. They had not yet crossed the threshold, and that's very important. Okay. So her glasses fall off of her face, and they hit the floor. They stop moving. They stop moving a little, about a foot and a half from where she was sitting. And right as those two EMTs or firefighters were walking over the threshold, that her pair of glasses just takes off. I mean, they took off fast all the way across my house, from my living room all the way to the window, which is a pretty good ways away from where she was at. Was this connected? Was this a telekinetic event connected to her epilepsy? Was one of the people that walked in the house, were they a sort of biological telekinetic amplifier? What was going on? What was at play there? Or was it a spirit? I don't know. So that's what I've been stuff like that I've been looking at for years. And I've had some people like Barry and some other people that I've learned a lot from. I've read a lot of books. I'm starting to become interested in quantum physics. I want to learn as much as this feeble mind can soak in with that, without the mathematics, because I'm horrible at math. I don't think that I'll get too far. But what I'm seeing, I started researching in my mid-20s, and I'm starting with UFOs. I'm like, well, I'm reading all these accounts, I'm reading all these stories and accounts of people who've had missing time and this and stuff, stuff that I was starting to recall a little bit, that where I might have had missing time. And I'm pretty sure I did have missing time. And I started seeing consistencies. All right. The near-death experience phenomenon, that's something I look heavily into. They all have very, very small consistencies, but a lot of them are very personal. It's sometimes in the UFO field, I see a little bit of that, not a whole lot, but generally speaking, there's the same things that happen. And it doesn't just end with that, because I started looking into UFOs, and then that led me into parapsychology, because I was trying to understand why this weird, creepy, paranormal stuff was happening. And it seemed to be connected in some way to these UFOs. I just can't put my finger on it. So I started researching parapsychology, and then later on, eventually, I didn't really have much of an interest in Bigfoot at the time.
Right.
I started getting interested in Bigfoot because I'm starting to see these cases where people have weird stuff going on with Bigfoot. We have them vanishing into a flash of green light. We have them a few times, I believe, my understanding, they've been seen walking out of UFOs or inside of a UFO during an abduction event. So all this stuff it's got to be connected. I don't see how it can't be. What that connection is, I have no idea. Let's go ask Skinwalker Ranch and see what it says.
Oh, they're not giving up all the good stuff. They're just not doing that as of yet.
I know.
It's unfortunate, but that's just the way it is. We have 5 minutes to go with you tonight, Mark. What do you want the audience to know about what's going on with you? I guess it's the never-ending story.
Well, Project Stargate Fringe Research, I named it Project Stargate after a special access program. I'll be really quick. It was a special access program dealing with paranormal research and parapsychology. And we had people like Pat Price and were in clairvoyant and remote viewers, and that was the whole premise of the program, was that the Soviets were spying on us and we were spying on them. And this some of the stuff I believe has been declassified. I'm sure there's there's tons of information about it. But anyway, I named it Project Stargate Fringe Research because we're trying to look at many different angles. We try to approach this stuff. We're very open-minded. My other researcher, his name's Vincent Moore. He's my science advisor. Great man. Love working with him. He's great. He's also got a degree in journalism, so that's kind of helpful sometimes. But he joined in December, and Project Stargate is just a grassroots effort on it. It's not, I'm not a journalist, I'm not a scientist, I'm just a truth seeker. And the theme of Project Stargate is I want to share my research with other people. That's what it's all about. It's very much a grassroots effort. I've met a lot of my heroes, and you're one of them, definitely.
Thank you.
Very inspirational to me over the years, and definitely one of the people that's inspired me to think outside the box. I want to leave everybody with one quick thought, if I may. I encourage everyone not only to keep an open mind, but when you're discussing these intriguing subjects with one another, always listen to understand one another. Even if you diametrically opposed to their conclusion, you never know what you're going to learn from another person if you'll just listen to understand. And also, love your neighbor.
It's always good advice, as we got about 2.5 minutes in. Do me a favor. Let everybody know where they can find your podcast and more information so they can stay in touch with your research. Because I think after tonight, there's going to be a lot of people out there who want to know what's new in the Mark Brenner world.
Well, the Mark Brenner world can be found on Facebook. If you just type in Project Stargate Fringe Research, it should pop. It pulls right up on YouTube. It's also on YouTube now. I post when we record a podcast. Usually they're pre-recorded. I upload the video versions most of the time to YouTube in case someone wants to watch it on their smart television. I just try to make it convenient on that end. But we're currently uploading to Podbean. Let's see, Spotify and Amazon, and more to come. I'm looking at Apple and a couple others as well. But I really enjoyed being with you today, Dave. And your audience, I can't brag enough about your audience. They're wonderful. I love your show, Dave, and I'm very humbled to be with you guys.
Well, we're glad that you came in and shared your stories because, Mark, the one thing, like I said earlier in the show, I love these personal encounters. A lot of people will say this is just anecdotal stories, that there's not a lot of evidence, but there are people every day living these events, yes, and they don't know what to do about them. And they don't have the photograph. They don't have the video. They may have the body marks, but the one thing that you can't calculate is the trauma, good or bad, that happens after an actual encounter. And we're not talking about little lights in the sky, little dots. No, we're not talking that. We're talking an actual encounter where something happens and you cannot explain it. And Mark, I think that you should be commended for being public with your story. I really do, and as well as anybody else who braves the idea of coming out and telling their story. That's for sure.
Yeah, man. It's a labor of love for me. I'm just reaching and trying to find the truth, man. And we're all an important piece of the paranormal puzzle. And the more of us we get together, the more closer we might come to solving some of these mysteries.
Well, you're one of the good guys, my friend, as we say. Good night to you. Mark Brenner is a paranormal researcher, investigator, experiencer. This is what it's all about. This is why we do this show. telling those firsthand accounts that people have. Coming up next, we're going to enter the swamp. The Swamp Dweller is here with another spooky story on Spaced Out Radio to kick off hour number 3. All right, we're clear.
Cool, man. That was good, Dave. I enjoyed being with you, buddy.
That was a lot of fun, dude. A lot of fun. You made my job easy tonight because you know how to tell the story.
Hey, look, man, I've got the worst ADHD you can imagine. And tonight, I've been thinking about how, for the past few days, how I want to present this information. I was actually on the fence about telling that one story, but I feel better that I did it. And and believe it or not, that's only like half of the crap I could talk about. I mean, it's just some of the other stuff that I've seen and I've experienced is just unreal.
Well, I'm going to let you go because I have to take a break here, but I will be right back for our audience. Kira, you got control of the chat room here. And Mark, have a good night, buddy. Thank you for a great show.
Everybody have a blessed night. Thank you for having me. Okay. I'll talk to you later.
Take care. Nice guy. Very nice guy. You know, I just love his stories. I'll be right back, guys. Be right back. All right. We've got about a minute to go here. What purse? What purse? You mean that bag? That's my Sasquatch gear. Some of it. Big thank you to Simon tonight, ×2, Dragon L, Michael, Ozzy Ange, Obi, and Bones for the amazing super chats. Very much appreciate the love and support. Love you guys who are shopping at our Spaced Out Radio store on our website, spacedoutradio.com/shop. And thank you to all the veterans who have tuned on in. And you always have a safe home here in our chat room as we continue on with the show tonight. And here we go, everyone.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hi to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Fardage. Fardage is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time for us once again to head off to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller has another spooky story for us.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. Seven years ago, my wife and I purchased a property in 11 acres of woods in a rural part of the northeastern Minnesota area. The woods were connected to a more significant acreage of fields and woods of about 160 acres, and although sparsely populated, the land is near a fairly busy state highway. There are some housing developments in the area, but they are about 3 to 4 miles away. And the majority of the land all around our property is farm, fields, woods, and rivers. It's incredibly remote, but I wouldn't call it wild with towns so close. I'm mentioning this because I've heard of many Native American legends of things in the deep northern woods of Minnesota and Canada. But the area we live in is not that. Rural, yes, but not the endless north woods. As I said earlier, I'm not a believer in the supernatural, and I've never been afraid of the woods or the outdoors. Even though I have a healthy sense of caution and respect for giant bears, moose, wolves, or other potentially dangerous wildlife. I am also an avid hunter and mountaineer, and have experienced many nights in the wilderness. I've had numerous encounters with dangerous animals or situations, so I'm not entirely spooked too easily. Knowing my state of mind is essential to my story because people can explain so-called supernatural encounters with an already high level of belief, anxiety, or fear. But that's not me. Well, that all changed after the first few weeks of moving in. The house and land had been abandoned for a couple of years due to foreclosure. So much work was needed to be done to get it back into shape. Wildlife had grown accustomed to no human presence, and black bears frequently roamed the yard at night, and many other woodland creatures also found this to be some sort of highway. We also found many animal bones scattered throughout the woods and an abundance of coyotes. One night during those first few weeks, we had a rainstorm, and I was worried about a broken downspout potentially causing a basement leak. It was about 10 p.m., so I grabbed my headlamp and headed outside to deal with it. Behind our house is a relatively large, swampy area that divides the woods. I had my back facing this area while fiddling with the downspout when suddenly, I had this intense feeling of dread. It's tough to explain the surface, but my body knew something was back there. It wasn't a normal feeling of observation. I had never felt this type of fear before. I tried to stay calm and slowly turned around to point my headlamp back towards the swamp. What I saw was something I still can't explain. Eyes. Numerous glowing, reflecting eyes are staring back at me. These were not the eye reflections of what you would see with deer or other animal, since they were different heights. And when I pointed my headlamp right where you would expect these things to be, there would be nothing but weeds and trees. When I turned the headlamp off, they were still there and glowing as if they were right there with a light being shined on them. They did not move. They just stared through me. I bolted and ran as fast as I could back into the house and explained it away as a deer or some sort of raccoon. Later that summer, I sat on our screened-in porch that partially faces the swamp and connected the woods to the east. It was approximately 11 p.m., and when I heard what sounds like a bear fighting or some sort of thing attacking a cow, since there was a small farm to the southwest of my property, I assumed that perhaps a cow wandered off into the woods and was being attacked by a bear. I didn't know if this was something that a bear would do, but it was my only guess based on the sounds I was hearing at the time. It was some sort of roar like a bear, but then followed by a frantic-sounding cow's mooing. This went on for over an hour, and it was perhaps one of the most horrifying sounds I've ever heard. It did not frighten me since I had this rational explanation, but even weirder, this same series of sounds happened again over the following summer. I never investigated the area of the woods these sounds came from because it was not my property. A couple of years later, I had the chance to purchase this area and 70 acres to the west, which consisted of the woods connected to mine and a few tilled fields and more lumber and ponds. As part of purchasing this land, I spent a lot of time walking around it to understand its value and layout. As part of my walk, I was able to get a much better look at the farm setup to the south. As I suspected, the farm did have cows, but the area they were kept in was a long distance away from my house, much too far for me to be able to hear them. The fencing was also exceptionally well built and electrified. There was no way a cow would just wander out from that farm. I didn't think about this until recently, but it's best to lay everything out in chronological order. After obtaining the property, I put up tree stands at various locations and trail cameras to prep for the upcoming deer hunting season. One spot was the hilly woods where I heard those sounds many years prior. Again, I did not connect these two things until now. The area was very odd, as whenever I hiked through there, I always saw some new strange thing. One time, my son and I found an old game snare tied to a tree that looked like it had been dried with blood. Another time, we saw at least a 100-year-old tree with a barbed wire fence completely spiraling the entire trunk, growing in and out of the different intervals. I've also found many tree trunks with substantial scratches or claw marks not resembling an antler rub or any sort of bear, but maybe it's just a giant bear, who knows. We'd almost always find dead animal bones in this area, and even this winter I found a couple of deer legs snapped and picked clean. My sons have found numerous animal skulls out there as well. As I was saying, I put a game camera in this area since I had seen tracks and signs and wanted to get a sense of the best place to hunt. I've tried one there many seasons, and unlike my other cameras, I've never captured anything on it. Nothing. Not a single thing. My son has posted there a couple of times for hunting season, as mentioned a strange sense of quiet. He used to think the forest sounds were just lacking in this area. Maybe there weren't many bugs or something. But he would note that they would sometimes come alive again randomly and be just as loud as everywhere else, as if something were coming and going. He has mentioned hearing something walking around in the past as well. A couple of years ago, my son went out hiking in the woods to try to find me since I was out doing some forest management. As he walked through this area, he thought he spotted me coming through the woods fast, but quickly noticed that the walk and clothing were nothing like mine. He said this quote-unquote person he saw did not notice him and seemed to be walking in a straight line, like they had tunnel vision or something. Seeing someone in this part of the woods in their travel direction doesn't make any sense, since there would be no reason for them to even be doing this, especially since the way they were going only leads to deep ravines and an uncrossable river. After he found me and explained what he saw, I quickly investigated whether he was a trespasser or if it was something else. I hiked for quite a while, but I never found anything or anyone. They either got picked up on the road or vanished. That same year, my son had a friend over, and they went for a late afternoon walk in the woods. As it began to get dark, they made their way back by walking on the edge of the field next to the area of woods. They saw a figure a little ways off in the trees as they passed by. Whatever they saw was near one of the hills in this patch of forest and seemed to be making some hand gestures. It began strolling towards them. When they called out, "Hey, hello?" he or it stopped and said nothing. At this point, the boys sensed something was wrong, and they bolted back toward the house. They rushed into the house and told me what they saw, and I of course laughed it off as their minds playing tricks on them. My son described the figure as being very tall, like 10 to 15 feet, but with skinny arms. Its body was dark with hair all over. They even thought it was an animal because of its odd appearance. It even seemingly had German Shepherd type ears. It was gaunt and skinny and strangely long. Being the curious and protective father I am, I was worried about it being a trespasser, a drug addict, or something even worse. So I told them I would take a look. They brought me to the area and pointed to where it was standing, and I headed into the woods. Since it was winter and there was snow on the ground, I thought it would be easy to locate the tracks of whatever this thing was and find out where it came from and where it went to. There wasn't a single track or disturbance in the snow when I got to that spot, though. There was no way an animal or a man could have been in that area and left no traces. They had either made it up or their minds really had played tricks on them. Or so I thought. My son and his friends still swear they saw it, clear as day, and I can attest that their fright was real. My wife has also experienced strange thrashing sounds and other feelings of dread or being watched in this part of the woods, and generally refuses to go there anymore. All of this brings me to today, where I suddenly realized that all of these strange sounds, sightings, bones, and events seem to be centered around this one area, and I'm just at a complete loss of what it all means. It's all too strange to bring this up and discuss it with people I know around here, but I wanted to see if my story would resonate with anyone here in the swamp. I'll continue to investigate on my end, but I would love to know what you all think. After doing some internet research, it does sound very similar to a dog man, but there are also some strange circumstances that don't quite match up.
And we say thank you to the Swamp Dweller for another awesome story. And you can go to youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads for thousands of stories out there that he has collected from listeners just like you. youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads. All right, let's get to it, shall we? All right, normally at this time, Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio joins us for the Cryptid Report. And if he can't fill in, Bigfoot Michigan Rob is here. But here we have a problem tonight because Super Duke is down with a migraine. He's been pinned for the 3 count. And due to winter storms in spring in Michigan, Bigfoot Michigan Rob has no power. So here I am thinking, what should we do here? What should we do? Well, we'll do a little Ask Me Anything. So we got the audience in our YouTube chat all prepared up for some great questions. We're going to start off with Alien Critter here, who asked, Dave, Have you ever had any kind of strangeness since seeing the UFO fly over your area? You know what? It's really cool that you asked that, because on Saturday, this past weekend, my buddy Paul with the great mustache, him and I went out looking for Sasquatch. And we took this one area where we wanted to see where the snow levels were, because this leads to a couple of gifting sites that I have. The one couldn't get into the path. There was too much snow in there still. And it's a real bad snow right now. Like, it's only a couple of, maybe 5-6 inches deep, but it's really hard packed and really like sugar on the bottom. And it's not very good for tread. So we couldn't get in there. We continued on the main road and we come to the gravel pit. And we come to this gravel pit and we get out. You could feel something around. So I'm somebody where I'm kind of zen with these things. And I say, hey, we're here out of peace, love, and light. And I start banging on my drum, my First Nations drum that I've had blessed, that my daughter made me for Christmas a couple of years ago. And I get this feeling that there is First Nation spirit around. And I get this message in my head. And I always am skeptical about this kind of stuff, but it was like, thank you for the drumming, but you're in the wrong area tonight. You got to go to this other area where you're going to see some cool stuff. Okay. So after about 15 minutes and more drumming, don't hear anything, no vibes. Paul's not picking anything up. I'm not picking anything up except this spirit thing. Hop back in the Jeep and we drive back into town, back on the highway, and then back up another logging road. But as we're on their way there, we notice the northern lights. Okay, cool. So we go to this one high point on the logging road where you kind of see everything. If you saw my photos or my videos that I had last year on my Facebook page about where all the forest fires were around my area, this is where we were. So we parked there and we're staring east at the northern lights, which are absolutely beautiful. We've had them like 3 nights in a row here. It's fantastic. Let me tell you my gripe in a moment about that, though. And then all of a sudden, Paul goes, "What the hell is that?" And he points up. And one of the things that I actually manifested this year happened because I really wanted to see the Starlink satellite system of Elon Musk's. And here it was, going right over top of us. And I was just blown away because we saw about 30 of the satellites. So here on the east, we have the Northern Lights going on, putting on a beautiful show. On the west and above us, we got Starlink. So realistically, I took that as a personal confirmation that spirit over on the other road actually said, come on over to this area. You're going to see some cool stuff. Now, I was hoping cryptids, but I will definitely take Northern Lights and the Starlink. We sat out there for about an hour, just in the pure dark, man, staring up at the Northern Lights. It was beautiful. So that is something weird and cool that has happened very recently. All right, excuse me. Let's go over to Jules here. Any news from the Bledsoes? Easter is around the corner. I have not heard a thing from the Bledsoes. I will check into that for you. I wish I had a better answer for you. Oh, quickly, about the Northern Lights. So behind SOR headquarters is a green belt. And right behind the green belt, there is a church. Well, this church has put on these brand new security lights outside that literally bleed right across the green belt and right into SOR HQ and onto my patio. So they are so bright that they drown out everything. I can't even see the Northern Lights from my patio. I'm a little upset about this, and I'm sure you would be too. So I send a very polite email with some solutions to the church saying, sorry to be a bother, but as a neighbor, I want to see things, too. I really want to be able to uh, see the northern lights and other things, but I'm having a tough time with your new security lights. Is there any way that we could put a cover over top of the lights? Yeah. Let me read to you the response I got. Thanks for reaching out to us, but I don't know if we can help you. The lights need to shine out into our parking area so that people can walk safely there at night. It is a safety issue as well as a security issue. We are so sorry, Dave, but this is the line that got me. We hope and pray that God will inspire you to come up with another solution. Let me read that again. We hope and pray that God will inspire you to come up with another solution. Well, God has given me a couple of solutions. One actually involves my pellet guns that I have, but I'm not going to do that because I'm not that guy. But I'm telling you, I'm thinking about it, even though I won't. But I'm thinking, how arrogant do you have to be to write that line? How arrogant do you have to be? It's not my problem. It's your lights. That's your problem. So I responded with this. I said, my solution? I said, why does it fall on my hands when this is obviously a problem that the church has created? Would this not fall into the category of working together for a plausible solution? I laugh at your comment that this is on me. God also inspired me to be able to see his immaculate beauty of nature with the northern lights and the stars above. This isn't the first time I've politely asked to help find a solution. And as a God-fearing man, I am quite concerned about you praying to God to inspire me to find a solution to your problem. This is being a very hypocritical neighbor, is it not? What happened to love thy neighbor? I think you, and I put that in capital letters, Y-O-U, as a church can help find a solution to this, and I will eagerly await your response. I've got no response. No response. I may have to take this to DEFCON A. DEFCON A. Which means that I'll have to go to the big Rev there, send him an email. And then if that doesn't work, I'll have to go to the little community area that we have. Complain there. Yeah. I don't want to complain. I don't want to be that guy. Nobody wants to be that neighbor. But I want to see nature. I want to see the northern lights. I want to see the stars. Can't do it because I have concert lights on the building, this beautiful church across from me, that are blocking it. I don't know. I hope I'm not in the wrong here. I really don't. And security? Nobody breaks in around here. Half the people in my community leave their doors unlocked at night. Not the new people who move up here. They're still paranoid from the city. The people who've been here 30 plus years, they don't even know where their house keys are. Okay, quickly. Christoph is asking, have you ever noticed people from Washington and Oregon have a dead inside shell of a human being type vibe to them, or is it just your experience? It's your experience because you play guitars with reverse headstocks. That's all I'm going to say. Reverse headstocks. Who does that? Coming up next, we are going to join Vancouver and join Shane and the shift, go right across Canada to talk about some UFOs and a paranormal experience. And we're going to get to Shirky Poo's news as well. Stay tuned. Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. I wish I had more time for that. I apologize. I thought I would. I really did. I thought I would. It was kind of fun. I'm always looking to try different things. Hey, Drew Banky, how's your dreadlocks? Give us an update. And more importantly, can you give us an update on how your son is doing? That would be cool. Hey, there's Vancouver right there. Hey, Vancouver.
Hello. How are you this week?
Good. How are you? We got some good stories for you tonight.
Excellent. Nice. Sounds good. Okay, well, we'll be ready to go with you at 36 then.
All right, buddy. Put them on mute. Turn the sound down. Solaire, how you doing? It's it. What is it? It's it. What is it? God damn, that's a good song. Come on, Faith No More Epic. Great song back in the day. Will you do another show with Jimmy Church? The last one was fun. The answer there is yes. Yes, we will. Just don't know when, but I'm sure it'll happen. I had a lot of fun with that too. I know Jimmy did. Mark is asking, Dave, have you heard of any Bigfoot sightings in the lower Sierra Nevada mountains? You know who a good guy to ask about that is? Joe Monk in our chat room. Joe Monk. Oob to Joe's Maine. He's got Bigfoots in his area. Hit him up. He's right in that area of the lower Sierra Nevadas, I think. And he's got stuff happening on his property as well, which is really cool. So let's see here. I'm just catching up in the chat room here. I'm still about 5 minutes behind. Oh, Vaughn, thank you so much for that super chat, man. Really do appreciate that. Well, let's see. What else we got? Rexamillion, welcome to the chat room. Have you seen the YouTube site Guardians of the Looking Glass? No, I have not. Is it one that I should check out? Beard oil is Mighty Moose Beard.com and use promo code SOR 2019. And where else? Hi, Mark Sanchez. How you doing? Aussie Rob, how's tomorrow looking? How's them ham hocks? Let's see here. Tom Jones, how you doing? Welcome to the chat room. Yeah, I'm just reading some of your comments here. That's right, Joe. Jesus would never play a guitar with a reverse headstock. Exactly. Yes. Who else has shown up here? Let's see here. Okay, we're caught up now. I will keep you guys informed with what's happening with the church lights. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little pissed at that. I am a little pissed at that. Yes, I am. We got about 1 minute here. I want to say a big thank you tonight to Simon ×2, Dragon L, Michael, Ange, Obi, Bones ×2, Kira, Cindy, Mark, and Vaughn for the amazing super chats. Thank you so much for the love, everyone. Really do appreciate it. It helps out what we do here on a nightly basis. So thank you so much. And also a big thank you to all the veterans out there who are checking on in and hanging on out with us. Always appreciate you guys. And let me go here. And right here, this is what I need. And right here. All right, here we go, everyone. We're rounding third and heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. This is where we head our monthly journey to Vancouver. And we join up with Shane Hewitt and his great show called The Shift right across Canada on the Chorus Radio Network. Mr. Shane Hewitt, how you doing, man?
You're late.
I'm not late. I'm right on time.
Dave Scott, we had a question that we wanted to ask you before we get into some of these stories, because there's a couple of real good ones here. And so I need you to describe for me, based on your expertise and experience, if a UFO lands in front of your house right now.
I'm going for it. What do I do?
No, what does it look like?
If a UFO lands in front of my house, what does it look like?
Yeah, describe it for me. Is it a saucer? Does it have a bubble glass at the top? Is it a cigar? What does it look like, do you think?
Well, can I take you back to April 10th, 2014?
Sure. Where are we going?
All right, we're going to Mission, British Columbia, where I actually got called outside by a UFO.
By a UFO? It was
Yeah.
like ding dong, like your Ring doorbell.
No, dude, it was
Like,
it was
alien.
it was the strangest thing. I thought I was having a migraine, realized that it was actually shapes that were pulsating in my head, and there were 4 other people there witnessing this, and all of a sudden I had this anxiety attack that I needed to go outside on my friend's 10-acre property on top of the mountain of Mission, British Columbia, and I go outside into their back field with one other person. And I said, okay, you called me outside. Can you show me where you are? And I'm talking the same loudness and volume that I am to you right now. And 150 yards away, my friend, the lights on the ground lit up like a Christmas tree right through the trees. And it did this 3 times. And in the end, there was this giant blue cylinder standing vertically where these lights were emanating from. And then it disappeared. Now, years later, like about a year and a half ago, I was talking with Luis Elizondo about this exact incident. And I was telling him about this blue cylinder that I saw. It's only 150 yards away. And he goes, I've seen that. He goes, by the way, did it change color to red or orange? I said, no. And he goes, weird. The ones we have heard of usually change color. And then he described the blue to me because he goes, do you remember the kind of blue it was? I said, yeah, it was like a police car's emergency blue light. And then he said, except darker, right? I said, yes. I said, it was a blue I'd never seen before. How's that for weird?
Well, I want to know what happened next. Did you get to go for a rip?
Dude, I will tell you this. I chickened out. I absolutely froze in fear because that stuff's not supposed to be real. It's not supposed to happen. And the lady I was with is like, hey, let's walk up to it. Let's go see what it's all about. And my answer was, truth be told, I saw fire in the sky. I'm suspect number 1 if this thing takes you. You ain't going there. I said, I will throw you over my shoulder and carry you back to the house where everyone else can see you. So that way I don't get taken, you don't get taken, and this thing doesn't get messed up.
Not even pizza delivery? Nothing? Like,
No.
no interaction at all?
Nothing, man. Nothing.
It stinks.
But I'll tell you, if it were to happen again, now that I know what I know now, I'm going up to it. I think I have the cojones to go up to it.
Are we talking like a car size, semi-truck and trailer size? Like, are we talking the size of a mosquito? Like, how big is this thing?
The cylinder, which was standing vertically, was probably 30 feet high.
Okay. 3 stories?
3 stories. Yeah.
It's not huge, though, when you look at, what SpaceX is up to for their rockets. But then when you look at the fact that there's only a tiny capsule on the tip, I guess that makes sense.
It's just a tip, Shane.
Just a tip. Don't believe that. Spacedoutradio.com if you want to learn more from Dave Scott. Where are you taking us here on the trip tonight? I understand human injuries because of the UFOs is one of the conversations we're going to have.
Well, let's start off with that one, because last week there was bombshell breaking news where the Pentagon and the DIA in the U.S., which stands for Department of Intelligence Agency, released 1,500 pages of UFO material from the ATIP program that was allegedly run by former director Luis Elizondo, who we talked about moments ago. Now, one of the weird things in this program was that they were studying the side effects of UFO contact. This led to everything from symptoms from post-concussion syndrome to bleeding noses to loss of memory, missing time, unwanted pregnancies, and in some cases, even reports of people being healed of illnesses with this. Now, this is very significant, Shane, because, look, it was just a year and a half ago where the Pentagon was denying all sorts of UFO reports. And now, not only are they admitting to them, but now they are admitting that they have actually studied case files and medical files where humans had sustained injuries after alleged encounters with anomalous vehicles. This is just how this hasn't taken off in mainstream media. I mean, I agree. It's probably way too woo and way too sci-fi for anybody with a rational mind to be believing this. But ladies and gentlemen, this is truly happening. And we need to take a little bit more attention of ourselves to realize that this phenomena is very real. And Shane, these are the exact same stories that I have been telling you on your show for now a couple of years. And now we have proof that the U.S. government had been studying them.
Okay, so we've heard, I'm going to go into the stereotype of this for a second, because I think that if we look back in time, many people have heard the stereotype. But, it's like the typical person in the middle of nowhere who talks about, a big up truck and I got the alien in the thing. Right? But did anybody sort of chronicle all of the, like you're talking about injuries, right? Radiation burns, all that kind of stuff. Has anybody inside your circle of study here created a chronicle of injuries like that because there was always talks about the probing and all the things that made people squeamish, right? But other injuries like you're talking about, is there a chronicle to find a pattern there beyond this assertion that the government has it?
Well, I mean, a lot of these studies were taken right out from a group called MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network, which literally has thousands of these types of reports. And that's where a lot of these reports had come from regarding this. People who were making claims and being investigated by MUFON's field reporters and what they call their ERT team that deals with people who have had more than just a sighting of little dots in the sky. So that's where they got the majority of the reports. But the interesting part about it was some of these reports even came from military members of all services where these phenomena had interacted with. Now, where these interactions took place, we don't know. We probably will never know. But the idea that they were even reporting that service members had these types of health issues right afterwards as well is very eerie. Very eerie.
Dave Scott, Spaced Out Radio. One of the things that's mind-blowing to me, of course, is the hauntings and that sort of world of the mystical and the apparitions. You have a story for us. We've been keeping all eyes on Winnipeg because of the storm that's coming.
Right.
So it seems only fitting to talk about a story that's from Thompson, Manitoba, that you've got here for us.
Well, this report was given to me by a good friend of mine named Lon Strickler from phantomsandmonsters.com. And the report goes as follows. A Manitoba woman was outside her residence in Thompson when she observed a partial-bodied apparition walking beyond the fence surrounding her yard. And this caught her off guard, but she still had enough of her wits to actually take a photograph of this subject. Now, to break down for radio the picture, she's kind of looking into her backyard, and there's some what looks to be birch trees and snow on the ground, and then in behind the trees there's a 3-story apartment. But it's what's in the snow that is very, very intriguing. It looks like a person cross-country skiing or walking while in the snow. And you can see their boots, you can see their legs, which are very thin, and you can just make up the waist right up to the head, but it's blurry. It almost looks like it's a half ghost. Now, this story came into phantomsandmonsters.com on April 4th. So this lady reports that she went for a smoke in her yard. She then took the picture to send to a friend, and she heard a dog barking like crazy down the street after she snapped the pic. So after she had the picture taken, because she thought it was just a very cool view, she zoomed in on the picture to see the figure that was standing there. And when she looked outside, she didn't see any person continuing to walk through that snow. It's absolutely amazing.
So no footprints that were found. Did you find that part out?
The report doesn't have that part on whether or not there was a person. Now, look, a skeptic may be able, and I'm not a photo expert, a skeptic may be able to zoom in on this and break down the photo and see if there was maybe moisture on her phone camera that may have caused the rest of the person to be blurry. But this lady, apparently to the report, literally says there was nobody there when she took the photo. So we have to go on her word that she may have caught a great ghost picture.
I think it's a fantastic picture. It's very intriguing. I would be curious to learn about what looks like a shadow. That would be the only thing that, to me, because the shadow does seem to align with the shadows of the trees. It was an apparition to me. I'm not quite sure the shadow would align, but the photo itself is very curious, isn't it? Because what gets me about the photo is not the body part, because that's blurry. It's the legs.
Yeah.
It's the legs that make it mostly curious to me, that it's not quite well formed or consistently formed.
Yeah, and the boots that the person would be wearing, you would expect someone to be wearing a thicker winter boot.
Yeah, winter boot, yeah.
Rather than what looks to be almost, thin, like army-type boots or any type of...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. I don't know what they're called, and maybe someone can help us out with a text message, but the old army boots that used to have sort of the strap, knee-high leather wrap?
Yeah.
Those kinds of old, that's what it looks like. It looks like a boot like that. Very, very old. Not a big bulky boot like we would see today. That's remarkable. I'll tell you what, Dave, we're going to post that up at shiftheads.ca. That's our Facebook group for everyone to link to this and link to spacedoutradio.com so they can learn more and see these photos and learn more about it. and start asking questions and decide for themselves. Thanks so much for being here, brother. I appreciate it.
We always love it to be a part of the shift, and we'll talk to you next month, Shane.
Look forward to chatting with you, Dave Scott, and Spaced Out Radio.
All right. Thank you to Shane and the Chorus Radio Network for putting us on, and let's make things happen. All right, let's get to Shirky Poo's news, because that's what we like to do at this time of the night. Let's start off I don't get people sometimes, honestly. I mean, imagine the sexual revolution being turned over to robots. How do you feel about that? Here's why I bring it up. If the plug doesn't go in on the first attempt, try flipping it around. Hey, it works with USB drives. Some kind of sex bots are a common feature of science fiction, but it seems that a lot of people these days are now ready for this particular carnal vision to become reality. A recent survey by Sexual Alpha asked 3,292 participants what they thought of the possibility of interfacing with a robot. Surprisingly, the results showed that more people than you think were comfortable with having sex with robots instead of humans. One of the study's highlights is that more people would rather satisfy their one-off urges with a robot than with a human partner, although most would still take the matter into their own hands, if you know what we're talking about. That's by no means all there was to this study, though. Let's take a deeper dive and see where it goes. To kick things off, let's look at one-night stands. The survey asked participants what they would rather do if they desired sexual activity without any attachment. The responders were allowed to pick more than one option. To nobody's surprise, good old-fashioned, pulling the goalie was the undisputed winner at 49.2%. Second place said they would use a sex toy, but robots took the bronze medal at 37.5%. Yeah, the old-fashioned way of actually going to the bar saying, hey, how are you? It's 2:00. Let's play some Barry White in front of the fireplace. Yeah. It only got 21.1% of the option. Really? Really? And by the way, 15% of both men and women say they've had sex with a robot already or currently own one. I don't get it. I could go on and on with statistics from this case, but I'm blown away. And no pun intended on that. People. This ain't the 60s or 70s or 80s or I had a great 90s, by the way, and the 2000s were woohoo. But this is ridiculous. I don't even get it. Don't even get it. Let's get back to some reality here rather than silly people. Scientists at a site in North Dakota believe they've found pieces of an asteroid that hit the Earth about 66 million years ago off the Yucatan Peninsula that could have led to the slow extinction of dinosaurs. When the asteroid struck, it sent molten debris into the air that later cooled into spherules of glass, which millions of years later were discovered on the North Dakota site known as Tanis, preserved in amber. Fragments tests show that they not only contained unmelted rock, but portions of limestone crust from the asteroid crater thousands of miles away. There were also a high amount of iron, nickel, and chromium, which are found in asteroid material. Every single speck that takes away from this beautiful clear glass is a piece of debris, said Robert DePalma, an adjunct professor at the University of Manchester. Yeah, he said this during a speech at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center this past week. He goes on to say that we were able to pull apart the chemistry and identify the composition of that material. All the evidence and all the chemical data from the study suggests strongly that we are looking at a piece of the impactor that ended it for the dinosaurs. How cool. A pole dancer has gone viral after she was booked to perform at a senior citizen center and got all the old folks involved. Oh, yeah. Honestly, this is a good one. So we can tell you a whole heap of this and what happened, but it's fair to say that the activities coordinator at this center earned their wage when they booked this event into the calendar. Embla Bergley, who was in the video dancing on the pole with her oversized stiletto heels, was performing, and the seniors, well, they had a good time watching. It was adorable. They clapped and jigged and did everything they could to watch this young lady spin around the brass pole. And, next thing you know, the seniors are trying it themselves. They're like, hey, we haven't done this very often, so let's try it out. Trudy, bring the brass pole. Yeah, that's the way it went. Literally. 2.2 million times it's been viewed on TikTok. Yep. I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. And, that's about it. I'm done with the news. That whole first story there, I'm still shaking my head over it. Robots replacing humans where they shouldn't. I'm telling you right now, this is how the great aliens are not allowed to produce anymore, or can't produce anymore. They forgot how. It's not that they can't. They forgot how because robot sex. Believe you me. Thank you to Swamp Dweller for the amazing stories. Thank you for Shirky Poo in the news. And of course, our guest tonight, Mark Brenner, coming in telling all about his amazing stories. VT Contact and Paranormal. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAB, Facebook, the Space Travelers Club, on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio, and wherever you are on this beautiful planet. I know you're out there somewhere. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. I know you're out there somewhere watching me. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Keep the robot at home, if you don't mind. Good night. All I'm going to say about the whole robot thing, that's twisted. That is twisted. I don't get it. I don't get it. And frankly, I don't want to get it. I don't. Body Tech, how are you? I don't want to get it. It is ridiculous. Horrible. You know, we worry about climate change and pollution and everything like that. Who's going to save us from ourselves when we're more interested in making sweet love to a robot than a human being? Kids these days. Get off the Call of Duty. Stop tattooing your face. Okay? Make yourself look good. And start scoring some notches. Or one notch. Maybe you're only into one. That's fine. I don't care what sex you are, what you claim to be. Just get out there and start doing some things. I don't think it's that hard. No pun intended. I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe it's just me. Close that off. Close that off. Give me 2 seconds here. Oh, my man, Dry Toast. Thank you so much, man, for that awesome super chat. Best name on YouTube right there. Dry Toast. Love it. Thank you, my man. Oh, Cindy, that is great. Do they have pre-programmed safe words? That is awesome. Just awesome. Hold on. I just got to do some stuff here away from my screen so I can't see you guys. Who was our guest? Mark Brenner. This one is 0412. As you know, I do this for nothing because to some people, I'm not on terrestrial radio. None of us are. So I just sit here for a half an hour doing nothing because I enjoy doing nothing and editing audio for no reason to send it to places that don't exist. Mm-hmm. All right. Any more questions from you guys? You crazies. Because I know I had to skip out of the questions there a little bit earlier than I wanted. Ask me anything, whatever you want to ask. What is grindcore? I don't know what that is. How much does the Earth weigh? I don't know. I can Google that for you if you want me to. Justin, do they come with a free charger? I'm sure in the price there's probably a high quality charger in there. If you could go to any freaky place on Earth, where would I go? I will choose one of three. I would want to go to, what is that forest in Romania? Where it's like this evil circle that nothing grows. I want to go there. I would want to go to Area 51. And if I could go back in time, I'd like to go to the original Ape Canyon in at Mount St. Helens. That place was apparently active as anything. I still can't believe it's not butter, Mr. Gray Owl. Thurston, will this sexual robot be Bluetooth capable? I'm sure they've already thought of it and have the Spotify channel and music ready to go for such situations. I'm pretty sure of that. I mean, how could you not? That just seems like a gimme. You want to know why our society is doomed? It's shit like that. Yeah, let's go screw a robot over anything else. I'm telling you. That's why society's screwed up. Well, Bobby Broadway. Are you a grammar Nazi like me? I am like a sheriff when it comes to grammar. Especially, you know what? There's nothing better is when you're trying to be snarky online and you find, you get this person who has like a real bad argument to something and it's full of spelling errors and punctuation errors. I just go grammar Nazi. Just drives them nuts. Seriously, like learn how to spell, people. There, and there. They all have different meanings. Well, Robert has a point there. The robot never has a headache. It will develop one. Just going to run through some names here. You'll get there. That's another one, Ann Palmer. Thank you. 4 and 4. There's another one. You think Ghost Adventures is legit? I tend to believe some of it. From people that I have talked to, Chief, on Twitch, there's a lot of real, but there's a lot of showboating going on there. too. So that one's hard to say. Every show is going to deny that they do anything to fake the evidence, but it always gets out that they all have. Yes, we used to do live ghost box sessions, but unfortunately, due to our radio show, us being on the radio, it really, really didn't go well over onto the radio. So we had to, unfortunately, nix Bill Hauser from that. I loved those shows. I really did. But the squelching just was not coming across clean on the radio. Brown Dwarf. If someone needs a ride from LA to Vegas and has gas money, I'll drive. Perfect. Can't believe we're like 8 days away. I'm so pumped. So pumped. Week and week. Very nice, Black Dragon. Very, very nice. Do you guys want to know a secret? Do you want to know a secret? Who wants to know a secret? Who wants to know a secret? I have not, Chief. I have not. I think Merle has, though. Yeah, Merle has one of those. Merle has one of those. I have used that, yes. Justin, if they show up, that's great. If they don't, I don't know if they're coming or not. Okay, a few of you want to know a secret? Okay, just a few. So for the others who don't want to know the secret, don't listen in. Starting next month, we are going to be doing fan giveaways. We're just working out how we're going to do it and how everything is going to play out. But starting next month, each and every one of our listeners will be able to win swag, courtesy of us here at SOR. Yeah. This is the first time we actually are going to be doing that. And this is going to be a month-to-month effort. Hey, River Dogma, how you doing? Hi, gorgeous Jan. And this is the first time we're going to get to it and get her done. And we're going to give away, have monthly gifts to give away. And I'm really looking forward to it. Pay you guys back a little bit. Pay you guys back a little bit. So we're just figuring out the details, which will hopefully get figured out. Hopefully we'll get figured out here in the next little bit. And we are going to have some fun with it. One of them may include the passwords. All right. One of them may include the passwords. Swamp Monkey. Why are you the one that was chosen? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. Every listener gets a kokanee beer. No kidding, Joe. Wouldn't that be nice? The only concession that we will have is you have to wait minimum 90 days before winning again. Yeah. What we do know is that there will be t-shirts involved from our store. That's what we're giving away. Is it true that the map of Atlantis is hidden in your beard? Which beard? This one? No, too thin. Too thin. Maybe one of my older beards, sure. But then I would have cut it off. Dogface boy. You would be getting your own swag, buddy. You'd be getting your own swag. Yeah, it's something that we've wanted to do. We've been discussing. And no, Stormy Daniels did not cause the UFO to show up. That was done after my regression with Geraldine Orozco. We are working on the details. Yeah, Joe's got it right. Would it be considered swinging if you lent a sex bot to someone else? Have to be. Have to be. Have I noticed an uptick in strangeness since the regression? No, but having the UFO and then the incident this past weekend, it gives me hope that it's coming back. I do hate the thought of robots. I don't think there are certain areas where robots should be allowed. I don't want to get served by a robot at McDonald's. I never go through the self checkouts at any store. I always make sure I go to a human being because people need those jobs. I mean, you know what? We all think of things that are insignificant, but where are a lot of these young kids going to get the opportunity to learn working skills? If all of a sudden McDonald's, Wendy's, Kentucky Fried Chicken, Taco Bell, or whatever start taking away, excuse me, start taking away jobs for people or for robots. I don't get it. It doesn't excite me whatsoever. It really doesn't. In fact, we should be ashamed that we're eliminating entry-level jobs where kids learn, a lot of kids today will learn discipline and understanding of how things work in the real world. They get a taste of it, and we're taking that away because of robots. I think it serves a real dangerous precedent, because you know what? Even in the robotic world, you're still going to need blue collar workers out there doing what they need to do. Right? Let's see. What else we have here? Very true, James Weston. Who needs working skills when they can just play Call of Duty, get face tattoos, and screw your whorebot? That is awesome. Oh. Yeah. Any other questions? Stormy Daniels is not coming to Vegas. Hey, L, I understand that. Talk to me. I don't get that. My favorite food, if I were to have a final meal. Hi, Carbine's right. How you doing, buddy? If I were to have a final meal, it would be steak and lobster with mushrooms, garlic mashed potatoes, and asparagus. Swamp Monkey is way behind in the show. EMF, get the UFOs and tacos shirt in our store. Have you seen that one? By the way, let's check Namibia. Where are you, Namibia? There we go. It's just birds right now. You know, in that one that we checked, that Tembe one, where the elephants are usually hanging out, I saw a video tonight, right before the show, from that same area where these lions came up and the elephants were chasing them, and the lions went into hiding, and they waited for one of these little springbok things to go for a drink, and man, they nailed it. Oh, they just ripped this sucker apart. It was awesome. Let's see. I like ice cream. Ice cream sandwiches I cannot live without. Same as blueberry cheesecake. Love blueberry cheesecake. I'm so eating a steak in Vegas. Will there be a bail fund for Vegas? To each their own. To each their own, man. Good night, gorgeous Jenny. Sleep well, my friend. Simon, you got to go get some cheesecake, man. And lots of whipped cream. You smother that jerk in whipped cream. Thank you, gorgeous Rafaela. I try to be dignified at some points. See what else we got here for the live stream. What was this? Oh, look what we missed an hour ago from Namibia. Look at this. Hold on. We're going to pause this. Check this out. This was like an hour ago. Well, maybe 2 hours ago. They're 9 hours ahead. Check this out. Look at the jaguar. Look how gorgeous that is. Yeah, you. Hey, buddy. How's the water? No, that's a jaguar. Look how gorgeous. I've actually pet a jaguar before. They are psycho. They are the psycho cats of the territory. They just want to kill. Oh, big thirsty kitty. This is so cool. So cool. Holy cow, he drinks for like, look at that. I'm jumping ahead here. He's still drinking. 5-minute drink. Poor guy must have been so happy to find this watering hole. Oh, that lucky kitty. Good part about it is it'll know now where the watering hole is. Oh, there he goes. He drank for almost 8 minutes. Good for him. Come on, take a piss right there. Might as well. Everybody else does. Then off into the night. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, off into the night. That was gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Little sniff of what's going on. Rub some scent on there. And now get the hell out of Dodge. Good for him for finding that watering hole. Good for him. That makes me happy. There's daytime. It's 9:29 in the morning. So that video is from, it was just posted, but it's like from 5 hours ago. Yeah, this was the one, African Tembe. It was right under this tree where they got that. The elephants were here. I'll show you. The elephants were like around here, and the lions came running in, and the elephants chased them off to like this area over here, and then this little springbok thing was drinking here. The lions snuck into this bush and then ambushed this thing, caught him right over here, and just ripped him to shreds. It was awesome. Awesome. I wonder if we can find that video. Oliphants River. What's happening here? Oh, they're scanning. It's always a good time when they scan. All right, you got nothing going on there. That's Tembe. Let's go to... Oh, hold on. What do you got for us? Anything? Anything happening over there? No. You got nothing. Move on. There's nothing there. Nothing. We got nothing. Oliphant's River never has anything. Boring. Even the crocodiles and the alligators in the water don't show up. Oh, that's a big bird right there. Wonder when the elephant... Oh, hold on. This was just a few minutes ago. This was just a few minutes ago. How cool is this? When did they come in? That's gorgeous. Look at the size of that sucker. Oh, I love elephants. They're so gorgeous. Hold on, let's get a good view here. Holy cow! Okay, let's go back a little bit in time here. Oh, thank you very much there, Simon, for the hat trick. Okay, no, we don't want this Impala. Although, look at the tan line on that, like right across the stomach there. How weird is that? Oh, the elephant's scaring them off. Look at this! Look at this! Jan, it is 12:33 here. This is what we want to see here, people. Look at this. Look at them all. They're still coming. Oh, hell yes. Oh, hell yes. Hold on. I'm having a screen issue right now. Hold on. This will take a minute. My stupid video card keeps bouncing between screens. I'll just put that other one on pause right there because we definitely want to see this. Oh, yeah. Where the hell did that go? Where the hell? All right, right there. Yeah, we'll just pause that for right now. Hold on. Thank you, by the way. It's the ears, Justin. African elephants have bigger ears, I believe. Oh, there we go. Finally. All right. Now I'm going to be able to do this. I don't know why my video card does that. All right. Hate when that happens. All right. Here's the elephants from just a few minutes ago. Look at them all. What do we got here? 1, 2. That's a little baby guy right there. Look at that little baby right. Oh, my head's in the way. Hold on. That little baby one. That was here. I'll go back a little bit. Watch right in between. Oh, not that far. I don't want that far. Watch right in between the legs here. You'll see the little baby one kind of sneak through there. Right in here. See? There's the little one. Look how cute that little Dumbo is. Oh, man. This is just awesome. Just awesome. Oh, I think there's more than 10. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's one in the background there. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 or 14 at least. Look at a little bastard there. I'm just going to lay down here. Don't mind me. Hey, Cashew. How you doing, man? This is gorgeous. Look at him just lapping it up. Having a good time. Oh, man. Just love elephants. What a big herd. Just beautiful. Oh, and now they're all deciding to leave. Oh, there's even more in the background there that we didn't count. Oh, baby one right there. My God. That's awesome. Oh, look at this big jerk here. He's like shoving them around. Get out of my way. I want to have a drink. You've had enough today, Frank. Don't you tell me what to do, Wilma. Look at the size of that one back there. Holy shit. Okay, so let's pause this for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and there's a guy behind this one at 17. Oh, there was another one there. There were 3 of them lined up here. 18. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16. Well, there's got to be a couple more hiding. This is just awesome. Seriously. This is just awesome. I've never seen any animals at this. Yeah, they're about 20. This is just awesome. Did I just throw that little branch right here? This is just amazing. I love it. All right, so let's go here. Let's fast forward. Because this is only like 37 minutes ago. They're all disappearing. This guy, big guy's playing in the water here now. Okay, what do we got here now? Oh, look at all these guys that have moved in. All right, and then we got nothing. Then we got nothing. Oh, yeah. Okay, there we go. Oh, look at all them. Call in the lions. Let's see this shit get real. Let's go live here. Let's go live. By the way, you ever watch these fart pranks? Those are funny. I'm not going to lie. And Jack Vale, that dude is hilarious. If you haven't watched Jack Vale and you need a good laugh, Jack Vale's the man. Okay, cat eye. I think that's just where we were. Let's go to Tembe. Nothing's happening there. Wonder if they have that footage down here. Oh. Let's go check the... Oh, look! God, to be a hippopotamus. All right, that looks kind of boring. Let's go back here. What do we got going on here? That's a big hawk right there. Oh, sorry, Ann. Let me. So, do you want to? We have a street fair every September except for 2020. But I don't usually go unless my family attends. It would be nice to have an elephant ear and a tall glass of. I don't know what that was. Hold on, let me. What question did I miss here? I don't see anything happening there. All right, let's go back to the cat eye here. Okay, that's where we were before. Nothing's happening at Tembe. There's the Black Eagle. Check out Camphor's Dam. Oh, look at the birds there. Very nice. Those flamingos? No, those are geese. A snoozing baboon at Oliphant. Oh, that was taken earlier today. Oh, look at that. A snoozing baboon. Look at that. Oh, hey. Oh, yeah. Got an itch. Oh, yeah. Somebody scratched my ass. Oh. Let me just put my head over here. Exciting. I don't want the black python eats hornbill. Well, let's check this out. This is at Rosie's Pan here. Bet you the python's on. There it is. There it is. That poor hornbill didn't even see it coming. Didn't even see it coming. Poor bastard. Simon, the first thing I do in Vegas is land. And then I usually say to myself, home sweet home. Let's see what's happening at Rosie's Pan right now. Oh, the snake is back up there. But it's not going to eat. It just ate. You can see the snake right there. See? The head's right there. Oh, what's that? What's that? These are elephants coming in. More elephants. We're going to get some elephants here, people. Look. Oh, no. Is that a rhino? That's a rhino right there. That's a rhinoceros right there. So we got this big snake right here. And now we have, maybe it's not a rhino. Maybe it's wildebeest. That could be. No, those are water buffalo. I recognize the head there. Recognize the head. We got water buffaloes. There's one right here. Right here. And there's one right. Oh, that's a bird. See? Right there. Oh, he's getting closer. I wonder if that's going to make the snake panic and leave, because that's going to be a lot of rumbling and vibration. But they are getting closer. Oh, what's that over there? See, that looks like a rhino again over there. There's the water buffalo. I love these Africam channels, man. These are so incredible. Seems to be like a pasture or something back here. That'd be really cool to see. But this is actually quite zoomed in. Oh, right there. There's another one right down here. Well, you can't see it because my picture's in the way. See if I can move it up. Hold on. Move it up there. Move it down there. No. Move it over here. No. That snake ain't moving for dear life right now. Oh, there's something right there. Something right there. This guy missed it. Oh, there's something in there, too. There's something right in there. Oh, what's that? What is that? Well, that's a big water buffalo right there. That's the snake. The water buffalo right here. And the snake. Yeah, that snake is like, I ain't moving. These things will kill me. That snake is like, if you come underneath my branch, I'm going to poop some hornbill out of your head. I do got to get going soon. I got to work in the morning. I just love this stuff. This is way too interesting. I want to see python versus cow here. Got a couple water buffalo moving in this area. You're welcome, Awesome Man Palmer. That snake is debating. You can tell that snake is debating. Do I go off or do I stay up here? Oh, elephant! Elephant alert! Come on, move it back. Oh, look at the water buffalo. He's like, I'm out of here. Come on, cameraman. You're asleep at the wheel here, man. Thank you. There we go. Good day for elephants. And now that snake is off, for fuck's sakes. We just got rid of the water buffalo. Now that bloody elephants show up. The snake is right over here. Well, my dogs are starting to act up. Where the hell is that elephant going? He smells that snake. Or the buffaloes. All right. There we go. There we go. See, the snake is right there. There's the snake on the bush. Where'd the elephants go? They got the hell out of Dodge quick. Something must have spooked them. Hey, you blew that one, cameraman. Oh, there's the elephants like way over there now. Man, they took off fast. All right. He'll zoom in on the snake now. But I want to say a big thank you tonight to Simon with the hat trick, Dragonelle, Michael, Ozzy Ange, Obi Flat, Bones ×2, and Kira, Candy, or pardon me, Cindy, Mark, Vaughn, Dry Toast for the amazing super chats. Tomorrow night on the show, Science Bob is back. We'll have a good night with him and talk a lot about what's going on in the UFO world and everything going on there. So stay tuned for that. Thank you to all the veterans who've tuned us on in. We appreciate you and love you. And I will see you guys tomorrow night. Dave's going to bed. See you later.